nervous. I haven't shot one of these in a long time. Okay, this video is about all my favorite Filipino food stories and bites that I had in 2025. And if you're new here, my name is Aaron Yusuf. I am the founder of Feature Media, a media platform that is focused on telling Filipino food stories through our culture, and mainly in short form social media content, but as well as long form documentaries here on YouTube. I want to start by saying thank you so much to all of you for watching and supporting the channel. It really is just part of our goal of telling Filipino food stories that make sense in the national context, but that can also make us stand in the global and international stage. At an age where there is AI slop content absolutely everywhere, we are doubling down on long-form documentaries because we do believe that they have a place in this content ecosystem, and we believe that depth is still extremely important, and we want you to view Feature as you would kind of like your own little time to read a book, where you can come in, take an hour out of your day to really just engage and slow down intentfully and consciously and just try to learn something new about our culture or something about a culture that is completely new to you. Everything you see on our channel is absolutely free, and it's all being produced by a wonderful, passionate team of about 35 of us at the Fat Kid Inside Studios. Everything we do is self-funded because of the production and commercial work that we do under the Fat Kid Inside Studios that you probably don't see us post, and that is offline from all the work that we do at Feature. Quick little recap, since that's a thing nowadays. In 2025, we produced about 90 long-form documentaries. So those are episodes ranging anywhere from 15 to an hour, 15 minutes. And that's an average of about 8 a month, which I think is pretty solid. And then we produced about 300 short-form videos that we post on Instagram and TikTok. That translated to roughly about 50 million views on YouTube alone, which just shows how many people are interested in our culture, and just kind of just motivates us to keep doing the work that we're currently doing. Out of all those videos, some of those videos naturally do better and find their audiences much quicker, whereas other more niche or maybe more in-depth stories have a harder time kind of finding a wider audience. But maybe those stories aren't necessarily meant for a wider audience, and they can have impact in smaller communities and in smaller ways, but still have a really big impact at the end of the day. And we're okay with that because that's how the internet works, you know, unlike Netflix or Apple TV or platforms like that, where there's a prescribed number of episodes per series that you can already see, you know, once you kind of log in. The internet and how we do things at Feature, you kind of don't have a clue of what we're going to be posting in the next month or in the next few months, or even how many videos are coming up. So it really takes a lot of intent and a lot of purpose for our viewers to either find our videos or to come to Feature Media and look for the new videos that they haven't watched yet. And that's why I'm a huge fan of doing these kind of recap videos, because I like to put in them the videos that I personally loved, that the team personally loved, and that we worked really hard in, that maybe a lot of you didn't necessarily see because notifications weren't on or you weren't looking for those particular videos at that time. So I'm going to put all of them together and kind of like the highlights of my favorite parts of 2025 in this video. All the shares, the likes, the comments, the links that you send to your families and friends, to all the teachers that are using our materials as resources in their classrooms to try to kind of put an image to the history and the culture that they're trying to teach their students. Thank you for the bottom of our hearts. That's the idea and the reason why we do this work. It's for it to kind of, you know, have legs and sprint and kind of be shared across the world, and for everyone to kind of really understand what this Filipino-ness is about and how we all take part in this culture. So thank you once again from the bottom of my heart for watching and for supporting us all throughout these years. So we're gonna start with rice because that's where everything begins in the Philippines. We are a rice-obsessed nation. We did a documentary about the rice terraces in Batad, about a specific variety that is slowly disappearing. Batad also was hit by a bunch of typhoons in the last quarter of 2025, and so we just thought it'd be a great place to start this.
Kin hapap na janung hanan tinagon chi ipocation amin jamap homap hod.
pinakamahal namin dito yung palayan namin. Binigay yung ninuno namin na parang tawid.
Ang mga magulang ko, ang sabi nila, huwag mo lang ranasan to kasi magkapamilya ka, mahirap. Dapat sana maayos. Sana maibalik yung ganda ng Batad.
Ang yaman ng Batad ay matatagpuan sa lawak ng lupa, sa himig ng mga tao, at sa tradisyong patuloy na pinanghahawakan. Ngunit lahat ng ito ay maaaring maglaho.
Hain hi tesiman no hay tagon o 61 years. O bata ako, o 15 years. O minu siya ay ina. Mong kapit ay kasla mong praktisa mong kapit. Kasla minu siya kan hi madnanah nun farmer. O chiche na tutuchu ato amon tamo. O nugwehanan kasi makaya na practice ujo ako siya makaya di inila siya ato.
Iba-iba ang araw ng pag-aani sa Batad. Ang pamilya ni Nanay Tessie at Tatay Fernan ay isa sa mga unang magbubuni ng kanilang ani. Namana ng mag-asawa ang lupa mula sa kanilang angkan bilang mga panganay ng pamilya. Maituturing na mataas ang kanilang katayuan sa bukid, hindi dahil sa laman ng bulsa, kundi sa lawak at dami ng kanilang hagdang-hagdang palayan.
Tinawon is a general Ifugao term to refer to many types of rice that are usually heirloom varieties. It's called tinawon because it's a once-a-year planting. It's not just about eating rice for them. Di ba sa atin, very ubiquitous. Pero sa kanila, yung rice is something special.
Si nanay nagtanim ng ganyang para daw mas maganda daw sa isasain. Medyo mas mabango. Masarap kasi yung kainin. Kasi meron yung mga ibang bigas kasi dito. Pag sinain mo, baka naging bahaw. Medyo matigas.
Pag ito, dalawa kasi pag dito kuha lahat, dito, masugat. Kaya nga kailangan dito, dalawa lang ganito.
Lalagay itong palay dito sa para punta sa bahay. Iuwi. Tapos ito, mo siya para magdikit-dikit silang lahat. Mamaya, para maiuwi sa bahay.
Ikaw laging naggaganto?
Opo. Kasi wala namang ibang kabataan ngayon. Yung palaging ginagawa nila po, yung nagsisilphone palagi. Ipog ng kapangit dyan.
If you look at the anthropology textbooks, no, yung Ifugao culture is one of the parang exemplar cultures that show better parang gender equality. In this harvest, you'll see yung mga babae yung nagtatrabaho sa fields. Lalaki yung naiiwan sa bahay. Sila yung nagluluto, sila yung nag-aalaga ng mga bata. Periodically, yung lalaki na lang yung pupunta doon para kunin yung mga bundles ng palay. You will find that the ancient people here were really eating taro and deer. Tapos, somehow, in their history, dumating yung rice. And it came from the sky world. People from the sky, yung mga gods, gave them rice in exchange for because they had fire. Yan yung mythology nila. When you really look at it, yung rice is it's not native to the Philippines. It came from mainland Asia. Tapos yung rice came, at least in the mountains, quite late in our history. So yung tinawon, dahil nga special siya, yun yung importante for the rituals.
An kaslamat nan ay mumkai siya tay ay chumaar chi pot on. Hene yo importante ay chami ngam no kulat tamong no hain tamong kai ya ja ka chi mumkai.
Ang ritual ay pinanguunahan ni Apo Buya, ang kaisa-isa at huling mumbai o ritualis ng Batad. Siya ang nagsisilbing tulay sa pagitan ng pisikal at espiritual na mundo. Walang nakakaalam kung ilang taon na siya, sapagkat hindi na itala ang kanyang kapanganakan. Ngunit hanggang ngayon, patuloy pa rin siyang naglalakbay sa mga karatig lugar upang gampanan ang kanyang sinumpaang tungkulin sa komunidad. Ang ritual ay hindi lamang para sa panalangin sa mga Diyos. Tinatawag din na Apo Buya ang mga ninuno ng bawat pamilya upang makisalo sa pag-inom ng lipog, alak na gawa sa tinawon. Unang iniaalay ang manok. Tinitignan ang kondisyon ng atay bago ipasya kung maipagpapatuloy ang ritual. Inilalagay ang paa ng manok sa isang kahong-kahoy na tinatawag nilang punamhan bilang palatandaan ng sinagawang ritual. Kasunod nito, kinakatay ang baboy. Muli, sinusuri ang atay upang tiyakin ang maayos na daloy ng anihan. Iniaalay naman ang tagiliran sa mga ninuno. Sa pamamagitan ng ritual, nagbibigay-pugay sila sa mga ninunong nagsumikap para sa lupang hanggang ngayon ay nagbibigay ng pagkain sa kanila. Sa paglipas ng panahon, unti-unti nang nawawala ang sinaunang tradisyon ng pagriritual buhat ng modernisasyon. Sa ngayon, wala nang nakakatiyak kung may susunod pa bang Mumbai sa kanilang komunidad. Unti-unti na ring nanganganib ang pagtatanim ng tinawon. Habang tumatanda ang mga magsasaka sa Batad, nahihirapan silang pasanin itong sagradong hanap buhay. Subalit, para kay Pio, anak ni Nanay Tessie at Tatay Fernan, ang pagtitinawon ay isang pamana na hindi kailanman dapat mabaon sa limot.
Yung mga magulang ko, ang sabi nila, huwag mo nang ranasan to kasi medyo mahirap. Nag-graduate ako ng high school, lumayas ako dito kasi ayoko nga mag-aral eh. Ang gusto ko dito na lang para na lang magtrabaho sa bukid. Ang ginawa ng tatay ko, sinundan ako doon. Sinabi sa akin, bumalik ka, mag-aral ka na lang. Ayoko kasing ganito rin madadanasan mo pagka ikaw magkapamilya na. Okay na ngayon na may trabaho ka man sa gobyerno o di kaya sa mga gusto mo kung pwede magtrabaho, nandyan pa rin yung bukid.
When you look at si Nanay Tessie at si Tatay Fernan, walang succession planning sa kanila dun sa terrace. They really decided, wala sa inyo magtatanim dito Kailangan lahat kayo mag-aral. Siguro before, traditionally, parang okay na Parang you can survive, no? Okay naman kayo kasi you have the community. But now, no, with the modern world, parang iba na yung concept ng development.
Ako kasi hindi ako palagi nag-ano. Kaya ngayon, tumutulong ako kasi nag-harvest yung kuya ko. Kasi galing ako sa Malaysia.
Wow!
Kaya,
Doon ka na nagtatrabaho?
oo. Siyempre, namimiss ko yung pamilya ko dito. Namimiss ko mag-harvest ng palay kasi galing naman ako dito sa amin. Kasi dito sa amin, pag ganitong pinagha-harvest, tulong-tulong na kami. Hindi namin binibenta dahil pagkain namin lang. Pero hindi naman kasya kung maraming pamilya, di siyempre bibili kami sa Banawi. Sa market ng bigas.
Opo.
So may iba-iba kasing problems yung rice terraces in Tinawon. Una, climate change. Kunwari, if you look at last year, there was a drought. Nagkaroon din ng mga army worms, naano rin ng peste. So, parang pag nagkasabay-sabay yan, doon magkakaproblema pag bumagsak yung production. But also, yung rice for the Ifugao and for many Cordilleran cultures, they were very special. No, dahil konti lang napoproduce, maganda yung quality, etc. They're really treasured. However, the commodification of rice destroyed all that. Yung economic conditions ng Pilipinas dictates that rice should be cheap kasi you have to keep the masses busog. Biglang ibabangga mo yun sa isang kultura na sobrang high yung value ng rice. If you tell someone, please work, 5 days to repair this part of the terraces, they're going to say, for what? For 1 kilo of rice, pag nag-harvest ako, bibili na lang ako sa palengke ng So, kaya i-abandon nila talaga yung terraces, sasabihin nila, imbes na magtrabaho ako ng ganito kahirap para kumita ng 1 kilo of rice, magkatrabaho na lang ako ng minimum wage para makabili ako ng 5 kilos of rice.
Nung kami bata pa, hindi ganito Lahat yan, maganda yan. Ngayon, pag nasira na, wala na magtatrabaho High-tech na ngayon, yan ang problema. Tamad na lahat yung mga kabataan ngayon. Kasi noon, nung bata pa kami, wala lang cellphone. Tumutulong kami sa mga magulang namin. Hindi naman yung mga magulang namin ang nasasabi na magtrabaho kami. Kami mismo ang kusang gumagawa para makatulong sa kanila.
Habang patuloy ang kababaihan sa pag-aani, abala naman ang kalalakihan sa paghahanda para sa selebrasyon ng unang araw ng pag-aani.
Kung malapit na yung harvest, gagawa kami ng rice wine or lipog, ang tawag namin dito. Iniinom ng mga tao, ng mga nag-harvest. Pag hinarvest namin doon sa terraces, ilagay namin doon sa lagayan doon. After 3 days, isampay namin. Hanggang pwede nang mabayo, tanggalin mo yung stock na yan. Ilagay mo doon sa ligao, then ibayo mo na. Yan, isasangag na. Sinasangag namin ng bigas para magandang iinumin mo na hindi pangit na yung lasa. After lumamig na, ayan na iluluto. Parang bigas na iluluto, malagyan nila yung tubig. Pagkatapos yun iluto, pahangin mo din hanggang malamig. And then lagyan mo ng lime. Pagkatapos yun, ilagay mo sa takki, yung ratan. After 3 days, lagay mo sa jar. After 5 days or 3 days, pwede nang inumin. Lahat ng mga tao iinom dyan.
Sa paglubog ng araw, nagtapos ang gawain sa palayan. Sinalubong ang kababaihan ng mga inihanda ng mga kalalakihan, isang munting pagdiriwang ng matagumpay na ani.
Kami dito parang harvest time, parang enjoy.
The terraces are actually, by certain accounts, they're a symbol of resistance or refusal to submit to colonial powers. Yung mga tao who are here now, nung dumating yung mga Kastila, ayaw nila magpasakop. So, they fled to the mountains. Because they wanted to keep farming in flooded paddies, bundok to, they built the terraces. This symbol of resistance that is generations old also happens to be very beautiful.
Yung mga nasirang palayan dito, dapat sana maayos. Para naman yung mga ibang tao dito na kulang yung mga bukid, yung mga palayan nila, pwede naman nilang tamnan.
This way of cultivating the terraces, this way of life, can also be done alongside economic development. So, yun yung pinakamahirap.
Kaya kailangan talaga tulong ng gobyerno, kahit pribado to, may bibigay man lang na tulong para lang iayos, ibalik yung dating batad. Tapos dadami din yung mga nagtatanim na paray.
Humingi po kami dito para tumulong sa mga parents po. Tuwing summer po, ganito yung ginagawa namin. Kapag walang pasukan, umuwi po kami para tumulong sa mga magulang po. Parang nakakaawa rin po na nakikita yung mga parents na nagtatrabaho dito, tapos andun lang kami na patulog-tulog kapag ano. Kaya pag ganito po is umuwi po kami para tumulong po.
Yung mga farmer kasi, kung wala sila, walang makakain ng mga tao. Kaya proud ako sa mga magulang ko na farmer din.
Pokcho, dino, amin jamong pokay ami ko maja pumhod. Pokcho, imaphod yah na entanom siya na sin apo.
Okay din naman kasi mabubuhay din naman kami Kahit wala kaming pera, sagana naman kami sa pagkain. Ano pang hahanapin ko?
As you know, in Future, we're not always about food, and sometimes we kind of like to deviate a little bit. I like to understand our culture and our history through the dishes that are left, by our ancestors, but the same can be said about tattoos, and that's why we did this really cool immersive documentary in Bukidnon about tribes there that have beautiful tattoos. When we think of tattoos in the Philippines, obviously you think of Apawangod up in Kalinga, but we forget that when the Spanish first arrived and kind of called us Las Islas de los Pintados, or the island of the painted ones, that was in Cebu, that was in the Visayas, right? And a lot of those Visayan people kind of eventually migrated down to what we know as Mindanao nowadays. And so we found, a few tribes that still practice kind of these traditional tattoos, and we thought it'd be a really eye-opening documentary. In terms of views, it didn't do as well as our other food videos, which kind of makes sense, but I thought it was a beautiful and gorgeous piece that I hope you guys sit through.
Tattooing for me is rooted in history, is rooted in who you are as a Filipino. Recognizing who you are, that part of you na history. Parang kinalimutan natin yung history na nandun, na integrated sa kulay ng balat natin. Tattooing in traditional form, dyan ako nakakapit.
Tattoos tell stories, often symbolizing a person's history and passions. Since pre-colonial times, tattooing has been widespread among indigenous peoples across the Philippines. More than decoration, tattoos signified social status, lineage, and accomplishments. Today, traditional tattooing is in decline, but some indigenous communities preserve it as artistic expression, a connection to ancestral roots, and a means of reclaiming cultural identity. In Idana Village, Barangay Kibungkog, San Fernando, Bukidnon, we meet Piper Abbas, a Philippine tattoo researcher. He explains that every tribe in Bukidnon holds an opening ritual before tattooing. This begins with a prayer to honor ancestors, seek protection for the community, and ensure visitors' safety. It also invites ancestral wisdom from the elders.
Anong community pupuntahan natin?
Kibungkog.
Oh, ano meron
Ito
dito?
yung Kibungkog, ancestral domain ng Tiguanon. Tiguanon people.
So this is the Idana village at ang may-ari ng lupa is sila talaga, yung mga ancestors nila. Sila yung mga palagi narito sa Idana village. Sila ang nagmi-maintain.
Amin kumanika, waro, bunga, waro mamaon.
Lamang ko'y bunga.
Daisok mamaon.
May pa'y nagdala deko.
Nako, dala.
Nakadala.
Manika ba tayo?
Manika.
Witon ko na ta sa akin.
Wapa.
Clip ka lang.
Tulay dito sa ito Idana village. Ako Pinoy, og urukan dan sa ito Idana village, sa ito barangay Kibungkog. Nagpasalamat ko, di mo masimo bisita. Putot sa inyo kapunon mo alas 6 ba sa ita. Pulap.
Na magbabayo bantay ka kunto sa harap nito kay ko sa mabisita noy no kay ko kag panalangin no taas ka kinabuhidan. Kasi karasa mo ka kanami no ang ampo koy no og ingat gyud sa idanan no kultura antud to mo kabataan mo dumusunod no kopi noy no og padayon ka kultura no idana village. Magbuhat ng tagagan pag ilaw na nakanak. Pakpako ra. Pakpako.
The Manobo Tiguahanon people are deeply musical. After the ritual, they sang a prayer to welcome our team in their sacred ancestral land. The community danced as the men played the kuglong and the women the saluray.
Nakadi si Abunjo Indagnay, Dato Malipayon, upo kahit barangay Kibungkog, San Fernando Bukidnon, no, kakamunisit idana, si Nilu Gabaw, Nurita Gabaw, igkataw kayo ang dinrisyon to sa ini. Doon pagkakawibuyakan na isikan, hantud dito, ikarangop, ikataw kayo. Si Dato, Malogdang, Dading Gabaw, Malogdang, no. Sa ini, si, nakay ko. No.
Kodi ay si Rosalina Salagay.
Na sa ini, minahal ko na asawa, I love you sa ini. Diday, Indagnay. Na sa apo na sa ini. Na sa ini, ataway ko, agaw ko sa ini.
Ngara. Pahira ko si Ilsa Indagnay.
No. No, sa ini manon, ayo ko sa ini. No, ngaranin.
Kaya ako rog makakaniyo si Juliana Binaud.
Binaud. No, sa ini.
Kodi si Kusting na palusan, manguglungay to idara.
No, kodi si Yumar Indagnay. Kodi no Dato 36.
Na sa ini. Kay ko ngaran no.
Dejing niya ang gawa.
No, sa ini.
Kodi duguman si Aika Indagnay Gabaw.
No.
Kodi ragma si Ilma Palusan.
Anak ko sa ini, anak ko. Si
Fernan Indagnay, dancer kahit idana.
Mababyon, Kamanubo. No, may manawon, may gugmaon. Hoy, kung gusto na agmugot-mugot ka Tiguanon, malipayon pirme. Kung nagmugot-mugot, so kung kopya sikan, matumpis. Sika ka namin batasan, Tamanubo.
Isa ang tao mo agis balay, mga tubig, pasabot.
Gutom.
Ang batasan sa unang mga katigulangan, ay sa mulakaw, kay nung agsadalya, ay mulakaw ang tao, makakaw. Bisag tubig lagi pangayo.
No, agdi. Hiyay magbabayo o dakolok ginawat amitan magbabayo sa init kalibutan impalog sa din kabugtong nanak din na si Jesu Kristo kahito kalibutan aw kanaki og kailaw nagsayaw tabang kakawan sa amoy nin magbabayo kag buligi yo kanami kay ko kag panalangin sa mabisitan tudto kang turan magbabahayo amin da.
The community generously performed for us, filling the air with melody and movement. They proudly showcased Bangkakawan, a fishing ritual and log dance from the Tigwahanon Manobo. A carved log, shaped like a palungan, snake, is tapped to create rhythms that stun fish, making them easier to catch. A new day begins, allowing us to connect with the community, learn their tattooing traditions, and understand how they forge identity through this ancient practice.
So, ito yung salumayag na tinatawag namin. Ito yung gagawing ink. So, bolitik or ink. Hindi pwedeng wala ito pag nagtatato. So, ito talaga yung main na sangkap. Kasi yung meaning ng tattoo, hindi lang sa symbol. Ito, parang nagdadagdag siya ng meaning, ng katangian kung anong ibig sabihin. Tinatawag na salumayag o almasiga. Ito lang siya, ipaapuyin lang natin tapos kinokolekta yung suit, kukolektahin natin. Yung maitim hanggang maitim na siya. Butang ko ni kayo, baka mainit mamaya. Bahagi siya sa kung tinatawag na palina. So kung magpapalina, mula pa yan na practice mula pa sa mga pre-colonial times, ancient times. Ginagamit pa rin dito. Malaki pa rin yung kahulugan dito. So, medyo mahirap na kasi yung punong kahoy na nakukunan yan, nasa loob pa ng gubat. So, may kalayuan. Meron din mga anuos dito, tsaka dyan, pero hindi yan pwede gagamitin kasi hindi salumayag yung source ng ink. So wala siyang kahulugan, wala siyang dati, yan yung ginagamit na torch. Pag madilim, yan yung nagbibigay ng ilaw kung sa baga. Wala pang kuryente noon. So yan talaga yung importante. So isa sa mga paniniwala is yung tattoo silbing maging symbol o parang designation kung based on the design, the tattoo itself, kung saan ka galing, so para makilala ka, parang ilaw siya, ganon. So symbolically parang nag-intertwine ang element tsaka the purpose of the tattoo. Ganon. Yan yung tinatawag na sulo tagimukod, which is ilaw sa kaluluwa ng kaluluwa. Pwedeng dalhin natin to pero ito na lang yung gagawin natin. So long before the Spaniards arrived, the Philippines has been practicing tattooing. So when they came, when the Spanish arrived, nakita nila na yung mga natives sa Pilipinas puno ng tattoo. Kaya tinawag nila yung bansa natin Islas de los Pentados. So, the island of the painted ones. Kasi puro tattoo yung nakita nila. Maraming mga meanings that is specific to the community or specific to the ethnic groups. But the general idea of tattooing siguro is a mark of identity. Kasi makilala mo kung saan siya galing based sa tattoo na nasa katawan niya. As time goes by, as the Spanish colonial rule took over the Philippines, slowly changing the dynamics of our culture as a people. Unti-unti nang nawala yung katutubong practices. Titingnan natin yung mga nasa syudad, yung origins nila katutubo din eh. So parang tinataboy na nila yung history nila tapos ini-embrace na nila yung colonial identity nila. Kung titingnan mo nga yung school system natin sa history, siguro may 3 to 5 pages lang bago wala pa yung Kastila, the Tabun Cave and the Burial Caves, and then Magellan Cave, and eto na yung history natin. Eto na yung sayo, yung identity mo. So, parang nawala na talaga yung kultura na galing pa sa ninuno. Si Jovian, siya mo'y bata ni Dato Malipayon. So si Inay Norita, isa sa mga naging nanay ko na rin sa ilang taon nang lumipas. Yan na yung ano. So hindi na natin naabutan kasi namatay na siya nung last month. Yan si Inay Norita. Yan si Inay Norita. So nung nawala na si Inay Norita, siya naman yung na susunod. Siya yung binigyan ng gopos ng, hindi kay Inay Norita, sa ibang tiyahin.
Ibang tiyahin.
Sa ibang tiyahin niya. So, so, dito sa komunidad nila, siya na yung sumusunod. Kung may magpapatato, siya yung ano dito sa kanila.
Magbabayo sa Tigwanan, magbabayo. Pwede kang panalangin sa mo bisita na yan to. Kahit
So, ako po pala si Jovian Indagnay from Tiguhanon Tribe, nanggaling po sa isang sulok ng bundok na makikita nyo talaga na nice place talaga. Proud ko po talaga na nice place ang aming lugar. Isang tribong Tiguhanon means Tigwa is malapit kami sa Tigwa River. Ito ang pangotob na knife. Ang tawag dito is gopos sa amin. Ito talaga, 13 years old pa siya. Hanggang ngayon, na-excess pa din. Pinasa niya sa akin.
Nalulun ako sa meaning, kung ano yung story. Parang doon ako nakafocus. Ba't ganito? Ba't bundok? So nung nakita ko na may kaugnayan pala yung mga symbolism sa chanting, then na-connect ko na, story pala to. Isa pala itong parang memory of our past. Then nung na-realize ko na history pala to, yung hindi nakasulat sa libro, and then it became kailangan itong ma-preserve. Kasi kung mawala na yung tattoo, mawala na rin yung story behind it. Mawala na ang history natin bago dumating yung mga Kastila. Incision ang method. So gopos ang atong gamiton. Parang sa kultura talaga yung pinagsimulan ko. Sa salita, nagsimula sa salita, tapos dahan-dahan sa sayaw, then eventually nahulog sa tattoo. Kasi gusto akong magpatato dati. Walang masyadong information na hinukay ng konti-konti hanggat nahulog na ako sa rabbit hole. Meron palang ibang pananaw or ibang perspective. Parang ganon. So, as far as the tradition is, ang kaalamang katutubo parang iba sa secular na pananaw. So, yung paghahanap ko sa symbolism ng mga tattoo, kung ano bang meaning sa kanila, parang nahulog na sa katutubong pananaw.
ipakilala po ko po ito si Nanay, Nana Juliana Binaod from Kibungkog, isang Tiguhanon na tribo nang galing po dito sa suksok ng bundok, napalibutan ng bundok. Ito po, ipakita ko ang kaniyang pangotob. Ang pangalan po ng kanyang pangotob, ito po, dito po sa kamay muna, kamay. Ito po kamay, ang sabi po daw dito ay, nakay pa sa inay, hagdan. Yung hakoran, what we call this is stair. Then, ang iba, ngipon. Yung ngipon is ngipin. Ngipin. Then, iba, daan, road, water. Then, nakipakaganan, kakino. Kasi mata-mata. May maliit dito na sabi niya, igmata. Saligmata. Saligmata din, maraming mata. Maraming mata, saligmata. Bundok na, nakipakaganan, kakino.
Takorog-tupang.
Takorog-tupang is papuntang taas at saka ibaba. Bundok, din ako pakagananig ko. Tirog, ano kayo siya? Tirog. Tirog. Ito tirog is, makikita mong tirog is nakaguhit dito sa ibaba at dito nakapag-engage. Ano ba yan? Yung may tulay. May tulay dito. So yan ang irog. Irog po. Then, tirog. Then, dito, ano kayo pa siya? So, kaing-ing kay. Kasi ini. Saan?
Kakin ganyan ko na karaw-karaw.
Oh, karaw-karaw. Yung karaw-karaw kasi isang kunta. Timailhan. Karaw-karaw po, yun itong maliit. May karaw-karaw. Karaw-karaw is kalendar namin ng mga tribo. Nanay Juliana Binaod.
Ilan taon na po si Nanay?
Pila ka doon? Hindi niya alam yung mga edad niya noon. Pero may ano naman, may senior citizen. Si Nanay is sitintay, kadito citizen no? Sitintay, tris. Ano kaya? Kadito citizen no? Sitintay, siyete. Pero hindi talaga niya alam.
Baka 100 ka na.
Siguro 100 na Nanay. Nakako kapag ko hapon. Warad. Wara. Wapan. Okay, so.
Ano po meaning nung sa tenga ni Nanay?
Ito po, songol. Songol po ito. Ang, pakailabi, kagko kay. Isang maliit din na knife. Iguhit dito para malaki. Si Nanay Elsa, irob lang ang sa kanya. Kasi si Nanay, tirog, kahaldok ka na kani. Kuang ka. Bago pa lang si Nanay na nalagyan. Kasi si Nanay noon, mahadlok. No kayo pa siso? Mahadlok siya. Natakot siya noon sa kababata niya. So, hindi siya nalagyan. Bago lang ito nalagyan. 2000, mukhang 2 taon pa ito.
Ikaw naglagay?
Oh,
bago din ah.
Bago din. Ito, same din, pero ako sa new generation ko na may sarili akong meaning. God is always on my top. Yan talaga.
So, dito sa Bukidnon, yung nagpa-practice pa ng tattoo is yung mga Matigsalog, Tiguhanon, at saka mga Manubo groups. Meron pang mga Manubo groups na hindi pa sila neither Matigsalog, neither Tiguhanon, but they speak the same language. All the way to Davao, ang Ata Manubo. So sila yung basically na nagtatato. In a way, siguro naapektuhan yung dynamics sa tattooing practice. Makikita din natin kasi hindi lang sa tattooing practice, makikita natin sa pananamit, sa embroidery, sa sayaw, sa music. So, parang nagsa-struggle sa bawat identity ng Filipino ang indigenousness, yung roots niya, tsaka yung the colonial identity.
We continue our journey, immersing ourselves in another community in Simsimon, San Fernando, Bukidnon.
So, nandito tayo sa ancestral domain ng mga Matigsalog, dito sa kalagangang bahagi ng San Fernando. Isa sa mga tattooist sa mga Matigsalog na si Inay Pilansa, si Bugad. It's true that tattooing is tied with warrior culture. But it's not limited to that, and that's what we found out, that merong mga lalaki na may tattoo na hindi warrior, hindi nakapagpatay. Merong specific na tattoo na inilalagay only for those nakapatay ng tao. Hindi lahat ng tattoo designs pang warrior lang. Merong mga designations yan eh.
Villagers gather over mamaon, also known as nganga or betel nut, catching up before performing a ritual to appease the ancestors and seek protection.
Mamaon party. Mamaon party tayo.
Sa lahat ng community, yun talaga yung pisa, no?
May pag ano, 'di ba? Pag unity, 'di ba? Yung sabi nila ko kanina. Dito nagkakaisa yung bawat isa. Pakikipagkapwa na tayo. Hati-hatian. Kape muna, kape.
Parang kape.
Bunga, ito yung bunga. Mamaon.
Mamaon.
Ito yung buyo or manika. Ito yung apog, yung maputi. Apog. Ito yung tabako, crispy. Snack kilo. Dito nagkakaisa yung bawat isa. Pinaghati-hatian nila yung yung mamaon. So pakikipagkapwa na rin. Dito sila. Ito kasi yung parang core nila. Sa bawat gathering nandito talaga. So parang kape, casual lang talaga, relax yung
Ano yung mga, pwede bang isa-isahin yan?
So ito yung bunga ng mamaon. So yan yung punong kahoy oh. Tapos dahon ng buyo or manika. Apog, ito yung apog. Tapos tabako. Ito yung dala natin, crispy. Ito alag. Tagalog to, kilala niyo yun oh. May kasama na masalas Tagalog. Sabi ko nga, maganda to sa t-shirt to. May 7 tribes na recognized. Tigaunon, Matigsalog, Talaandig, Tigwahanon, Umajamnon, Manubo, at yung Bukidnon. Pero meron pang mga subgroups within those 7 tribes na hindi na-mention sa 7 tribes. Meron pang Tagulwanon, merong Daraghuyan, Pulangyon, marami pa. Iba't ibang ethnic groups, may iba't ibang mga salita, pero nagkakaisa yung nila. Yung tingnan nyo yung mga sayaw, tsaka mga ritual, mga chantings, may commonality sila. Parang may common factor na nag-iisa sa kanila. Kahit na marami yung mga salita, merong mga commonality na nagko-connect sa mga tribo. Siguro sa ko lang to sa pagre-research ko ng tattoo, kung ano yung nagsisimula kasi kung ano yung meaning nito, ano yung terminology, anong ibig sabihin. So kadalasan hindi mo talaga mahahanap kung anong ibig sabihin sa libro. Walang mga libro na nakalaman yung mga ibig sabihin. Meron tidbits and pieces, pero pagpupunta ako sa mga elders, tapos pinag-uusapan na kung ano yung nabasa ko, parang iba, parang hindi naabot sa naisulat ng libro ang totoo na mga practices. So katulad ng sinabi ni Dato Balagisi sa akin na kahit ilang libro isusulat ng mga dayo na researchers, hindi daw nila matutungkad yung lalim ng kaalaman ng mga ninuno. Nung nakaraan na bumisita ako dito, wala akong planong magpangatob. Nung bumisita ako nung nakaraan, matagal na. Hindi naman masyado. Nung bumisita ako dito, hindi ako nakapag-alam sa ilan na pupunta ako dito, parang biglaan. Tapos nung pagdating ko dito, si Inay Pelanza naghahanda na sa bukos niya. Parang siguro Di niya alam kung sino yung pupunta. Pero nung pagdating ko dito, parang ready na lahat. So, wala akong choice nakapag-set up na eh. So siguro, yung sabi niya na yung araw na yun para sa akin daw talaga, hindi ako nakapag-prepare yung sarili ko. Kaya
sa higaunon, nung una akong nagre-research, mahirap talaga hanapin ang tattoo ng higaunon tsaka talandig. To the point that yung mga elders nagsasabi silang, wala sa atin yan, hindi tayo nagtatattoo, hindi natin practice yan. So, hinayaan ko lang muna. Tapos, doon ako tumingin sa may nagpa-practice pa ng tattoo. At doon ako nakikinig. Bumibisita ako sa may nakilala ko yung dati ng mga kakilala ng mga lolo ko. Kinakausap ko sila tungkol sa pagtatattoo, kung anong ibig sabihin. So, actually medyo matagal akong silang nag-open talaga kung anong laman ng mga meanings, ganon. Kung may tattoo ka, tunay ka na native. Mas tunay ka pa sa native na walang tattoo. Yan yung kung tatanungin mo yung mga matatanda. Yan yung sasagot nila. There's room for both contemporary and tradition sa tingin ko. Pero katulad nito na nandito tayo sa ancestral domain, yung traditional talaga. Kasi pag iibahin natin, mawawala yung essence saka yung bahagi na connected sa tattooing. Yung tattoo in traditional sense is remnants from our ancestors. It's history. It's not limited to only one. Hindi siya na limitahan sa isang definition. Kung lalagyan natin siya ng isang definition lang, parang hindi natin mabibigyan ng tunay na hustisya kung ano yung tunay na kahulugan niya. Kasi pwedeng ritual, ganun lang. Kasi yan yung hindi lang sa tattoo eh. Pero yung kwento niya nasa chanting, connected to oral beliefs, and in a way tied up to history. In metaphoric sense sa mga chanting, di ba? So, para sa akin, yung traditional na pagtatuwing is parang mensahe mula sa mga ninuno natin in form of symbols, geometric designs, ganon, na may meaning, na may story. Isang word, wahig or water design, maraming i-extract, ma-unpack pa natin yan. Hindi siya limitado sa tubig lang. Marami pang meaning kung i-unpack natin na nag-uugnay sa history ng mga tao.
Kasi yung design na to, parang shoot din sa parang may significance din sa mga higaunon. Yung sa oral tradition, yung
Traditionally, the tribe's tattooist chooses the design and placement. For people, Inay selects dinabud, local grass, and tirug, stairs, to be inked onto his skin. One of the last indigenous tattooists in the community, Inay Pinasa hails from Simsimon, San Fernando. A matigsalug manobo, she inherited her knowledge from her aunt and grandmother, and now mentors people in the art of tattooing.
Sukod sa akong edad, kay duwa man ang akong mangod. Kuan, mura 5 ka tuig. Na dini man nagsugod akong iyaan na isa. Kuan, igsuon sa akong papa. Kani 5 ka tuig.
So 5 ka tuig imong edad, 5 years old.
Kung isa ka iyaan nako. Na kani nag-edad ko 8 ka tuig. Kay pag 17 nakaminyo na ako. Di daan-daan kuan.
17, dinagyan daw siya ng tatutingan yung 5 years old pa siya. Nagsimula ng 5 years old. So, yung apo niya ang nagsabi sa kanya na ito yung mga designs na ganun. Ano ko nga dan sa apo, no? Gani, tagkagi sa iniha pangatob.
Apo Bago.
Apo Bago. Okay.
Kaliwat ni Apo Dabaw.
Kaliwat ni Apo Dabaw. Ang imuhang aya nga nagpangatob nga gipatay unya ni malusteng ka.
So kuan
ani ipakita ang kamot nga naipangatob kana siya mo nagpangatob. So mo ni ang pangatob ni ni Apo no kis nga dan
Lumpinian.
Kani tanan siya may nagpangatob.
Siya nagpangatob.
Isa ra ba ni kalingkuran nimo?
Isa ra.
So si Apo Lumpinian yung tiyahin niya yung gumawa nito nung maliit pa siya, parang 5 years old. Tapos isang upuan lang. Hindi segment.
Dili mausap.
Tinapos lahat.
Kanipod.
Nagpapatunay na kaya niyang yung sakit. So warrior talaga. Kaya na agwanta man nimo ang sakit, na kaya man nimo.
Ay.
Istoryahin mi amay ato imong giingon sa una nga nag-imuhang sundang karon kay kampilan naman sa kalinawan imong gikupay kay malinawon naman ta karon. Istoryahin mi atong sa una nga gitagaan kag sundang sa imong kuan bitaw kato ingon ka nga magmagahat man ka kanion. So dal-a mi ato unsay buhaton sa magmagahat, nagtagaan kag sundang then nagritual mo dayon nagsugod na dayon ang magahat. Dal-a mi ana nga istorya.
Ang kuan ingon ana kay ang akong bayaw na dinhi sa Kibungkog nagdekan. Nagtagaan ko nila og sundang. Kung ingon sila na ati kay nawala man ang yang imong iyaan kung mag-usab ka nagbalos mao ni ing tadtad mo sa mga tao.
So, ito yung mga kagamitan ng mga iba't ibang kagamitan. Ito yung gopos, dalawang klase. Tapos, merong the oldest tool that we have sa Pilipinas na nahukay dito dates back to 1500 BC. So, parang 3,000 years also na yan. It's mula sa buto. Ito na yan.
Ano tawag dyan?
Wala tayong pero bone tools, it's bone tools.
Buto ito.
Buto ng kalabaw yan. May isang inay doon na dalawa, incision tsaka handpoke. Hindi na natin siya huhubad yun, yung sabi ko. Napaisa diri nga nasa suso. Nas Kibungkog dapit gihapon. So yung pagminsan pwede rin yung ilab. Pwede rin to. May pa nga yung luma talaga dahon. Galing sa dahon. Iba yung kawayan. So, dito, predominantly, hand incision. But there are few na naghahandpoke dito. Doon sa Magkalungay, Silangon, meron. Doon sa Little Baguio, meron din. Namnam, meron din. Katulad ng pagpangatob, yung iba, doon sa Kibungkog, ayaw nila ng tubig. Parang sa kanila, hindi ganyan, hindi tinutubigan. Pero pagpunta natin dito, tinutubigan palagi. So, every community varies. So, eto, nagamit ko na to. So, ito yung ginawa ko. Isa sa kanila. Basta, nandyan na yan. May, saysay ng mga matatanda na encounter ko. May tools daw na galing katulad nito at saka katulad nito. Pero wala pang nakakapagkita. Hanggang oral story na lang na ginagamit nila to. Ang tattoo, nakakapit sa mitolohiya. Nandyan na yung oral traditions inside the meanings and the tattoos. So, nandyan yung oral history. So, history natin ng sinaunang mga ninuno natin. Nakatago sa simbolo. So, kung titingnan mo yung simbolo, fern designs, mountain designs, pero kung huhubarin talaga natin, nandyan yung alaala ng ating pinanggalingan. So, hindi lang na lalagyan kita ng kuro designs. So, ito yung kinuro. Ano na ako sa kinuro na designs, yung kinausapan. So, yung kinuro na designs, para siyang kalendaryo ng mga katutubo dati. Wala pa kasing kalendaryo nun. Yung ginagamit nila is kinuro. So, yan yung nagsisimbolo ng gabi, umaga, gabi, umaga, gabi, umaga, gabi, umaga, gabi, umaga. Mula sa simula hanggang saan yan patungo. It's a never-ending day and night, day and night.
Kani, kuan, sa matud pa sa mga katigulangan sa una, kung dili daw ta magpabutang ani, so dili ta maayo nga babae. Dili ta mailhan nga babae. Kay magtalikod, kay naaman sa likod, kani, dili daw maayo nga babae.
Hindi maganda.
Kung magtalikod, so dili ganahan ang lalaki nga magminyo sa babae nga walay
Mas mugwapa.
oh, magwapa og naay butang sa tiyan, naay sa kamot. Diri man nagikan.
Siya nagsugod inay.
Diri,
Diri,
diri.
Ang imuhang sa imuhang tiyan inay sigutok no.
Ano susuno ra?
Wala. Na kay mo ha? Sususo? Pwede na mo ba makita?
Ano ang buwaki sa ba? Lahi man ang
Nasa siyang suso.
ana ra.
Ay, gagamay nga ko.
Gamay. Ana ra.
Mana siya ang kuan sa lalaki palingin. Ang inyong kuan, o si tiyan manubo sa tiyan. Gotok magilin kasi gaunon. Sa pangatog tagutok no. Okay na ko maaha da sa kay ko waro ko pangatog. Kay sige.
Kaliglong dayak da.
Asin to ka.
Hindugi daw ko na.
Tuwinan di ang da. Logo kag papetot gat.
Taman do na sa puso do na pa sa ilalom.
Diri ra sa ilalom sa kanila.
Sa pusod. Maura ni siya pero nalay kalahian nga isa. Kay murag mo'y gisuon sa iyahang kuan kay di ba mo bunga man ni siya kuan dito sa kuan kanina way. Mao ni iyahang gisuon tong bunga niya. Murag salanay.
Salanay.
Ano daw, sir?
So, ito yung kinuro yung dalawang style na pagkatali. Ito yung parang minimimik daw niya yung bunga ng uway. No? Bunga sa uway, hanggang
Ratan.
ng saratan. So, ito na yung design. So, atong ipakita sa pangatob.
Pwede man na may pangotab diha mo magkapareha.
Pero tanawan niya.
Talaga may kapareho.
Dinit gutok no. Gutok no.
Kapito no pagod hindi ka pangat.
Muna na siya ang so kung ako ang paghubad lugar ani anggam nga kung sa ato pa adlaw kani pwede matampod. Ako sa langgit no ko na agkatampod. So pila na nakaadlaw ang lipay gikan pa sa mga apo. Ni konekta ka nagpaday, ikaw ang nagpadayon sa kuan sa apo no.
Oh, mao nay kuan.
Mao nay sakto nga kahulugan
ay ha ni maputlan ug mahuman gyud.
Mamatay.
Saka na matampod. Saka na maputol yung sa kanila pag mawala o mamamatay, wala na sila dito. So ang kuro pod, ang kuro nandyan din sa sa suso nila. So pag pinapa-dedi na nila yung bata, symbolism na rin napupunta doon yung naging the addition sa lahat. So yung pagtatattoo, yung mga meaning sa mga tattoos, tinuturing itong sagrado. Katulad din ng iba't ibang bahagi ng kultura, pagcha-chanting, pag-embroidery, pag-weaving, kahit ano yung makikita, paggawa ng kuglong, kung sa higaunon talaandig, katyapi. So may symbolism ito na hindi basta-basta pwedeng sabihin ng mga matatanda. May protocols bago muna natin pwedeng pag-usapan to. Pero merong surface level of information. So siguro yan yung mga nasa common knowledge na pwede lahat alam na ng lahat. Katulad nga nung nagtanong tayo sa Kibungkog na ano yung ibig sabihin ng pangatob, yung first na sagot talaga, tunay na katutubo, tunay ako na manubo, tunay ako na So it's the safest way na hindi natin pwedeng mabibreak yung protocols na nandoon. Kadalasan kasi yung concept na yan, hindi pa yan nila naiintindihan. Until a day comes na merong kano na pupunta dito, magpapatato, sige, bigay mo sa akin yung kamay mo. Tapos sabi yung foreigner, hindi sa kamay, dito ko ipalagay. Tingin sila, hindi nila magagrasp. Bakit? Bakit? Yung sa isip nila. Parang, eto yung medyas, ba't mo sa ulo mo? Parang ganun yung you let the tattooist do their profession. Parang tabu na kukunin mo yung responsibilidad nila and you take it upon yourself. Pinagtiwalaan sila ng mga matatanda nila na wala na ngayon, na naging ninuno na eto yung history natin. Ikaw yung magpatuloy, magsaysay para sa kanila. Wala tayong written tradition, pero meron tayong tattooing tradition.
May responsibilidad ako bilang isang younger na tattoo artist na ipakita din sa mga kabataan na ang ating tattoo ay hindi mawawala sa ating tribo, kasi ito lang talaga ang pagmana ng ating mga elders. Responsibilidad natin ito.
Nung pagsimula kong pag-research, hindi ko na priority yung pagre-revive. Kasi nalulun ako sa meaning, kung ano yung story. Parang doon ako nakafocus. Then, nung na-realize ko na history pala to, yung hindi nakasulat sa libro, and then it became, kailangan itong ma-preserve. Kasi, kung mawala na yung tattoo, mawala na rin yung story behind it. Mawala na ang history natin.
Still in Mindanao, one of my dreams has always been to go to Lake Cebu and spend some time with the Tiboli tribe. We were able to do that in one of our series, Forager, this year. We obviously spent just 2 days with them. I would love to spend more because there's just all this indigenous knowledge and ingredients that I couldn't wrap my head around or even kind of identify. And just spending those few days with them just showed me how precious that culture is and how colorful it is. And it kind of makes you sad to think that this was all here, pre-colonization, but you can still find it in little pockets. And so it's really important that we highlight them and preserve them.
In the Tiboli origin myth, the god Diwata warns humans of a coming deluge. Labebe, Lalomi, Timifeles, and Lakagef hide inside a huge bamboo. After the waters recede, the four split their way out of the bamboo. Labebe and Lalomi married, becoming the ancestors of the Christian Filipinos. Lakagef and Timifeles also join and go to produce 10 sons and daughters. Of these, Bu and Umen are the ancestors of the Tiboli. The other 8 form couples. Their descendants are the other non-Christian peoples of Mindanao. When you travel through South Cotabato and meet the Tiboli, you feel something ancient, grounded, and deeply rooted in place. Genetic, linguistic, and cultural traces link the Tiboli to a much older migration story.
Morning! Morning! Hi, I'm Erwan. Hi. Nice to meet you. Are you Maria? Okay, yeah. Okay, nice to meet you.
Part of the Austronesian family, their ancestors likely came by sea thousands of years ago. The Tiboli and other upland groups resisted the spread of Islam in the 14th century, retreating to the mountains as Muslim rule expanded in the Cotabato Valley. Protected from both Islamic and Spanish influence, they remained largely isolated until the American period. In the 1900s, waves of Christian settlers arrived through government resettlement programs, bringing with them commercial interests that claimed land through formal titles. The Tiboli, lacking legal recognition, were pushed off ancestral lands they had inhabited for generations. From the rhythms of language to boat-making skills and even spiritual worldviews, you can still sense the echo of a people who once moved to the tides. Today, that connection feels distant, but it's still there.
Welcome to the first organized School of Living Tradition. You are here now at Gorobong. Ibig sabihin yung malaking bahay, isa sa malaking bahay sa Lake Cebu na traditional. We are preserving still the structure. Every Saturday, we are teaching young children, including mga youth, mga estudyante, for free para hindi sila mawala sa kultura. We teach them free for traditional music, dances, and storytelling. And then at the same time, yung mga nanay, they're bringing with them their mga apo for them to observe yung practices na meron. Kasi nga, ngayon, masyado na tayo nasa technology. So, our fear is that yung mga kabataan and the next generation, hindi sila mawala dun sa landas ng kulturang katutubong Tibolis.
These are all traditional Tiboli instruments.
Yes,
Okay.
yes. It's a brass kalintang. Hindi lang siya for wedding or for any festivities, but can also the cultural value of this. Pag may utang, pwede mong gamitin ito pang bayad sa utang.
Ah, really? Okay.
Yes, hindi lang siya for instrument, but also for economic value.
Piece by piece or just the whole?
Just the whole.
set.
Dapat
Okay.
whole set. And this one is, we call this blow-on. The longer, ma-preserve mo siya, but it has, may mga meaning and cultural symbol din.
Okay.
So, pwedeng yung malaking gong, yung hindi makayang bitbitin ng tao. Pag mayroong magkakasakit, pwedeng mag-ritual doon or pang-dori din. Yun, malaking value na yun. So, you wanna listen kung
Yes,
paano
yeah.
piniplay? Tapos, one of the cultural master namin na kasama ko sa SLT is Joel Ganlal. Siya ang gumagawa ng drum.
Ah, he makes it. Okay.
Mhm. Wait,
I have a hard time with it together.
So Joel is also a traveler and he's also a volunteer na tumutulong sa akin dito sa pag-transfer ng indigenous knowledge. Yeah.
Yung knowledge, is anything written down in books or is everything just orally
Mostly
passed down?
oral.
Okay.
Mostly oral, but it is also a threat if the cultural bearer, cultural master dies.
Yeah.
They will bring the indigenous
Of course.
knowledge with them to the grave without transferring it. So, kaya kailangan i-document talaga siya in black and white para at least
It's easier to,
yeah.
And yung mga younger generations, are they interested in,
Yeah.
in
But,
learning
but
about their heritage?
although the threat is siyempre ang technology.
Are there still a lot of Tiboli like around here?
Yeah.
So still a lot.
In Region 12, particularly in the province of South Cotabato, the places where the Tibolis are is in Tiboli Municipality and Lake Cebu, mostly.
Mostly.
Also in Sarangani Province,
Okay.
along the seashore. Sila naman, we call them Tiboli Mohin. Mohin is a sea or ocean.
Ah, so it's the ones closer to the ocean.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then the first thing that we need to preserve is the language itself. Kaya minsan ang fear ngayon, kaya pati mga apo ko din, nagsasalita ng English. Pero yun din dapat natin din namin sa community, yung the fear of extinction. Cultural extinction.
You need to use it
Yeah,
on a daily
yeah.
basis
Mhm.
and not just for cultural
Yeah.
reasons. Yeah. Sa culture ng Tiboli, very important yung accessories.
Yes, oo.
for
Lalo na
showing
sa
status.
mga kababaihan.
Oo.
Hindi pwedeng blouse lang ang suot mo, tapos wala kang headdress o wala kang ibang accessories din.
Mhm.
We call that libon lumabong. Hindi magandang tingnan kung ang bawal kasi sa amin yung maikling buhok.
Yeah.
Dapat mahaba. Kung the more na mahaba yung buhok ng babae, mas mataas ang dori.
Okay. And yung mga traditions ganun, is that still being practiced today?
Yes, oo.
I mean, it must be so difficult to try to teach all of this knowledge because you're teaching a very different
Yeah.
lifestyle almost,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, syempre we learned from our ancestors. And then next naman, na-inspire naman yung iba. Ang ganda kasi para bang within a community, magiging inspiration ka doon sa ibang kasamahan mo. Tapos lumulobo na yung pag-organize ng community. Although, sabi ko, ang daming mga threats sa paligid, lalo na pag i-introduce ng bagong bagay, yung mga technology, ganun. So we need to live in a life na parang parallel din, pero hindi pwedeng makompromise ang culture.
Of course.
Hindi pwedeng makompromise ang nature.
Yeah.
Yeah, we need to take good care of nature also.
It's almost like a value system that needs to be reminded for everyone.
Yes, yes.
From weaving in Lake Cebu to Kulintan music in Maguindanao, schools of living traditions are quite sanctuaries of cultural memory. But they're under pressure. The funding is scarce, young people are pulled away by modern jobs, digital lives, and the idea that tradition is something you outgrow. And the masters, the ones who hold the knowledge, are getting older. What's at stake isn't a craft, it's an identity. We headed off to another school of living tradition to learn a little more about their performances and their food.
Sir Erwan, good morning.
Morning.
Welcome to Gono Yebong.
Salamat po.
Since this place is very sacred, so every time we have event like this, we need to ask permission. So this is another way of rituals. It's called hambuk. For Gono Yebong.
After a ritual led by Gono Yebong, we were invited to watch the dances and hear their music. Each song carries memory, a link to ancestors. Tiboli culture is deeply rooted in nature. Their dances echo the movement of birds, monkeys, and the forests they call home.
Sir Erwan, we would love to welcome you our different Tiboli musical instrument and different dances that we have. So this musical instrument called sloli. So this is made of bamboo, and Tiboli tribe will play this musical instrument, especially when they are far away from their native lands and families.
Thank you. Salamat.
Our next musical instrument is kumbing, a jaw harp. This is also made of bamboo. And among the Tiboli musical instruments, this is the smallest musical instrument that we have. And kumbing played during the eclipse time to call the moonlight path. Thank you. Our third musical instrument is Tiboli guitar called hagalung. We Tiboli tribe will play this hagalung, especially at night time, so that the children will fall asleep. And also when they have an occasion like wedding ceremony or festivals, and Tiboli women and men playing hagalung to court man or a woman while playing the music of hagalung.
Wow.
Our next musical instrument is klutang. And Tiboli tribe playing klutang during the planting time and harvesting. Our next musical instrument is samagi or blow-on. This musical instrument, we play this during the festivity and wedding ceremony and also to welcome the guests. Our next musical instrument is klintang, made of bronze and 8 suspended gongs. So we also play klintang during the festivity and wedding ceremony. Thank you. And our last musical instrument is tenonggong. And this is made of giant bamboos and skin of a deer. Among the Tiboli musical instruments that we have, this is the most sacred musical instrument. Thank you. That's all for all our Tiboli musical instruments, sir. And now we are now going to perform our different Tiboli dances. So this dance that I'm going to perform is Madal Tahu, a true dance, a dance by Tiboli Princess, a sister of legendary Tudpulo called Kinaban. Tebong salamat. Welcome to Gono Yebong.
After their cultural presentation, Gono Yebong taught us how to make the traditional nilot unuk. Nilot unuk is a whole chopped native chicken seasoned with salt, ginger, onions, and lots of local species of alliums and aromatics that I've never seen. All of this is placed in a fresh bamboo trunk. Sealed with another leaf, it is placed on top of hot coal on a gradient and rotated multiple times over 90 minutes. While waiting for the dishes to cook, she took me around the farm where she proudly showed me all the traditional and native ingredients that she grows.
So this is my garden, sir.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I plant all these Tiboli root crops.
Oh, cool.
So ito yung doon lumengi natin.
Ito?
Yes.
Ah,
Yan,
okay.
isang kulay. Yung mga kasaba ko. Mayroon akong 5 varieties also.
Ng kasaba?
Kasaba, yeah.
Wow.
May malagkit, mayroong yung yellow. Ito, sir, parang saluyot siya, pero masarap sa paksiw.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
It's so pretty too. Look at that. Okay, I'm definitely taking a few of those.
So, ito yung bawing natin.
Ito yung bawing.
Yes.
Okay. Ito?
Club. That's another variety of gabi.
Gabi, yeah.
So, ito yung natin kanina.
Ito yung
Kisul.
Kisul, okay.
Gusto mo magdala niyan?
I'll take some of that and then this.
Yes.
Also for sure.
Lemongrass. Tapos, ito another variety ng kasaba.
Ito?
Yellow siya. Oo.
And do you use the leaves in cooking here or no?
No. Ito yung isang spices natin kanina. Yan yung Kisuna Kufil, yung maliit kanina, sir.
Can I take some of
Yeah,
this?
sure. Oh. Wow, may blessings tayo, sir.
Termites?
Yeah, excuse. Dito na lang sa kabila.
Okay, you can eat termite eggs. Ooh, they're everywhere.
Oh, ang dami.
Thank you. That smells good.
So kanina walang water.
Ah.
So ngayon, ito na. Yan.
Wow. So lahat yan, tubig lang sa bamboo.
Yes, and galing sa chicken.
Sa chicken. It smells so fragrant. Lemongrass, all the herbs.
Mainit
Oh, I like
siya.
this.
Yeah, mainit pa.
Natural gloves pa rin.
Yeah.
So this is a local,
Yes.
local rice variety. Okay, let's try this. Just to try everything. And then
So, try niyo po yung sabaw.
put it here. Mmm. Wow, it's a lot of flavor. Definitely from all the herbs. Very bright. That's delicious.
Thank you.
It's very good, thank you. Mmm. You know when people talk about tinola, I feel like this is how it should be.
Yeah.
Not the ginger sayote one we know. Like the flavor here is incredible. This is way better than tinola. I've repeated this so many times, but a lot of what we do in feature, we are not the first to do it. There have been countless writers, researchers, journalists, reporters before us saying these stories, telling these stories in a very different medium or format. We just happen to be the ones that are doing it in digital video and in long-form documentaries. So we wanted to start a series that kind of highlight these people and put them in our medium. So we did a few episodes of this year with two beautiful food historians and food advocates, with Feliz Santa Maria Prudente and Luella Felix.
History is the epic of how people try to keep away from hunger, how people try to feed themselves. So we are pleasing both hunger and appetite. Hello, I'm Feliz Prudente Santa Maria, a cultural worker for over 50 years and a pioneer in Philippine food history research for the periods of the colonial era. Welcome, come inside. My interest in Filipino food writing started when I was in my teenage years. I was reading foreign material and I said, if they can talk about their food, its history, can we do the same for Filipino food? After many years, I realized that no one was really studying the history of Filipino food. No one was looking into how the food developed and if the food could say anything about who the Filipino is. So I really decided it was time that I do something about it. If you had to paint the broad lines of the history of Filipino food, what would that look like? I see recurring patterns, having studied Philippine food history, patterns from before that keep repeating themselves today. So maybe it's also a bit like a spiral. Our food is the product of many things happening simultaneously and then affecting our food supply, our food products, and our attitudes about food. People say that pre-colonial Philippines was already involved in trade with our neighboring countries. What are your thoughts on this? The influences on Filipino food have never stopped, even during the prehistoric period. The question is probably to what strength, to what intensity was that influence, and were the influences all over the archipelago? Transformations in Filipino food were not uniform all over the archipelago. They were not simultaneous all over the archipelago, and they were not interpreted in identical manners all over the Philippines. The interaction that took place certainly was from our Austronesian migrations from the Taiwanese area down. We have traders coming in from the Asian mainland, from China, from India. We have traders also coming from the Srivijaya and the other empires in the south. All of this is simultaneous. Here, we don't have in the Philippines any one strong political state. We have sultanates or Raja states or datuships, and in different levels of development. As to influences, yes, they never stopped. As to what kind of influences and were they very strong, it varies. Why is our cuisine not as well documented as, say, Vietnamese or Thai cuisine? The cultures that have highly documented food records tend to be those that had very strong kings, very strong priests. And so they were documenting food to see if they had enough to feed themselves. They were documenting food because it was tithing. They also wanted to see what gifts of food were given to them. So they needed to have very specific records. Especially if you had a large empire, you wanted to know what was coming in from different parts of your empire. We did not have that. We were writing on perishable material. We were writing on leaves, and very little has been found written on metal. What we have at the moment are snippets in terms of prehistory. Even food history, what I have are snippets. We try to string them together in some sort of a chronology and look into what was going on simultaneously. We're trying to put these vignettes in context. And it's only once we have more information that we can actually see how people influenced what they were eating and what was available for food, how that in turn influenced people. For instance, the Philippine National Museum has shown us that once upon a time we were eating rhinoceros. That is the oldest meat that we have documented. Then we also know that through the Austronesian migration, there was the salting of fish in Batanes. We have dates for that. We know that they were salting fish up north. We're not yet sure. Were they salting fish as well moving downwards? Our rice culture, for instance, rice at one point was not an everyday food. And there was a point when it was considered a ritual food and an expensive food. And it is supposed to have been through the Austronesian migration that rice culture reached us. We find that our word bigas, for instance in Luzon, has an Austronesian etymology. Look at our word lasa. The etymology of lasa is rasa, which is Sanskrit. So there was definitely some form of mixing of words, of attitudes, and probably of different foods. But again, to say beyond a doubt to what extent, we're not yet ready. If we go back a few hundred years, is there such a thing as Filipino cuisine, or did every region cook its own way? First of all, the Filipino, the term Filipino, only began during the Spanish era. And it didn't mean Indio. It meant the Spanish who were born in Filipinas. At what point were non-Filipinos beginning to start associating certain foods with Filipinos? Of course, initially, there were the colonists, the missionaries, because they had to brief other foreigners who were coming. Well, this is the kind of food you're going to find. This is what the Filipinos are eating. These are the ingredients that are growing here, and this is what we, the Spanish, are doing with those ingredients. So there's that kind of an interest, and so those become foods of the colony called Filipinas. And there were different foods for the colonists, foods for the natives, food for the Chinese, food for different peoples around the country, because the terrain was different. But what I think becomes very interesting is that by the 19th century, when there were Filipinos going overseas, they were bringing their food with them. They were cooking their food wherever they were. What strikes me is when Jose Rizal and Maximo Viola visited Fernando Blumentritt. When they got there, what did he feed them? He fed them Filipino food. He fed them kare-kare, pancit, arroz a la Valenciana, all these Filipino foods, which to Blumentritt meant Filipino food. And then later, when we had the very important banquet in Malolos, we had Filipino food incorporated into this continental menu, and it carried Filipino names. So we had oysters, but they became Manila oysters. So again, we were moving our food into the level of food diplomacy. In international cookbooks that were published in the United States, the Philippines is included. What's interesting are the recipes that they chose among many Filipino recipes. Why were those the ones chosen? Again, you would have adobo. Leche flan was very important. So little by little, we were becoming associated with certain foods. Foreigners were beginning to see, oh, this is Filipino cuisine. How do we want our food to be known? I think we want Filipino food to be liked. We're a people that want to be likable. We want to share our food. And this goes back probably to that idea of naya-naya. And naya-naya is very, very possibly a pre-colonial term out of the Visayas. It means to be happy. To be happy, why? Because we're making other people happy. We're making our guests happy by caring for them, by feeding them, by giving them gifts. So there's this reciprocity through food. We not only like to eat, we like to cook and serve our food to others. What are your thoughts on the idea of authenticity? Is there really only one way to make a dish? First of all, we need to understand that it is inherent in Philippine food culture that Filipinos don't like to get bored with their food. Filipinos are very susceptible to wanting to try something new. When there's a foreign food that comes in, oh, we want to try it. If there's a foreign ingredient, we want to try it. That's us. So we like diversity. Authenticity may not take the same interpretation in the Philippines as it would in a culture where, let's say, there's an emperor, and if you don't make the food of the emperor exactly the way the emperor wants it, he'll cut off your head. Okay? We don't come from that type of a culture. Ritual food, for instance. Ritual food has to be cooked exactly the same way, presented exactly the same way, and if it isn't, the tradition will say, not only will the one making the offering suffer bad luck, but so will the community. So there is this important necessity for it to be exact. It's not in the culture. We prepare the offerings in a traditional manner, but we will not get, it seems, very upset if today's doesn't look like yesterday's. Every recipe has certain required ingredients, or it wouldn't be that dish. So there's a given structure to a dish. For instance, if it's adobo, we know there has to be vinegar. Now, what else will go in there? That has varied. But the point is, and it doesn't even need to be vinegar. It just needs to be a souring liquid. I mean, I've come across cooking with the juice of the suha, for instance. Sinigang, for instance, is another one. We want it to be sourish. Again, okay, how authentic would it be? In the Visayas, it is mildly sourish. In the Tagalog area, it is strongly sourish. It is not sour, it is sourish. So, what is authentic? What becomes authentic is the fact that it is sourish and having varying degrees. And again, souring agents. We have so many of them. So again, it is authentic sinigang, but it has so many variations. They're all authentic. They're all real. Through our various waves of colonization, did some of our food ingredients disappear? There was no colonial effort to force any Filipino to eat any food or to drink any beverage. During festivals, they encouraged us to eat lechon because for them, lechon had significance. It meant you were Christian. It meant you were neither Jewish nor Muslim. So we were already eating pork, and we continued to eat pork as a result. If there was any enforcement of food, it was during the Spanish period when you have to understand the Philippines was an uncultivated wilderness. They moved people from the coastal and riverine communities, they moved them into new towns. The parish, pueblo, the new residents needed to know how to plant in their backyard so that they would always have food. And at the same time, they also had to plant some items which were considered tribute. When new botanicals like the cacao plant or the coffee plant or the peppercorn plant, when those things were starting to be planted for commercial purposes, people were also requested to plant them in their backyard. The equivalent of the LGU had a quota to fulfill. During the American period, again, they never forced us to eat anything. They encouraged us to understand the new science of nutrition. They backed it up by encouraging families to plant nutritious foods. But other than that, in terms of what to eat, what not to eat, we were never forced. What was the most surprising discovery you've made in your research? I've made many discoveries in food history that surprised me and that are surprising other people. For instance, it's important to be aware of what is not there when you're doing a chronology. I was reading and I always came across dayap, way back in maybe the 1600s. And then only dayap. 1800s, only dayap for cooking. But what happened to calamansi? When I got to the early 20th century, I go, lo and behold, now there's calamansi. Because it is a hybrid that was made in a Philippine laboratory. The Filipino food scientist took the calamunding and crossed it with several different species of Chinese oranges and local oranges. And they found one combination that seemed to work. Now, the calamunding, if you look at the scientific name, it means thornless. Calamunding has no thorns. But then, remember, the calamansi tree has thorns. It needs the thorns to protect it from all these enemies that will try to climb the tree and destroy the new fruit. So they put together the thornless calamunding, which was small, fragrant, with another plant that had thorns, and that was more like an orange. And thus we have this wonderful calamansi. What do you think is the most misunderstood aspect of Filipino food history? We often forget that history is not the study of only the past. History is ongoing. Each one of us, makes history every day. We just don't really think about it. So the study of food history is the study of changes, how we adopted, what we did so that we don't get hungry, other people don't get hungry, how we please our sense of flavor, how we try to enjoy our food. History is about yesterday, today, and how all of this affects tomorrow, which is why the sustainability cycle is very important in food. We need to understand that. It is having the supply, the food supply, making sure that everybody can have food. If it is true that we as Filipinos pride ourselves in pakikipagkapwa, we pride ourselves in cooking food, in serving others, we should not be satisfied with a society that does not have a way to stop hunger and malnutrition. What's one dish you hope will never be forgotten? I'm hoping that kinilaw will never disappear, simply because kinilaw is very likely a pre-colonial dish that has managed to survive all the competition. It's still around, and it has many variations. And I think it shows our strong link to our natural environment. It shows how we were able to learn to make souring agents. What do you think hinders Filipino cuisine to be recognized by many? How can we make Filipino food likable? Well, I think first of all, we need to understand how and why all these international cuisines that we think have become popular, how did they become popular? If we're thinking of the European and the American market, even the Australian market, what happened there? They had a lot of immigrants. The immigrants came and they brought their food with them. The longer they stayed, the more they wanted to produce the food of their homeland in their new homeland. Another way to make our food prominent is through tourism. When the soldiers, the American soldiers, went on R&R, for instance in Thailand, Thailand created a tourism program for the families of the American soldiers. So the American soldiers would invite their wives to come, and there was a package, like they could tour Bangkok, and they could eat. They figured they could package their food in such a way that these American military families would like it. And so word of mouth. The visitor became the best ambassador for that foreign food. PhilAms are making waves overseas, and how are they doing it? Okay, this is another way. Combining foods from the homeland with foods from the new land. And so these Filipino foods are now becoming popular in the United States. See, there are many ways many, many ways to do it. And those are just a few that I can cite.
Cebu does not have vast lands like Negros or Leyte. Cebu is like an elongated kamote with mountain ridges in the middle, and then it slopes down to the sea. Sam nga eh, pangpang na, dagat agad. So that's why traditionally we do not raise rice. So we planted before millet or kabug because it grows in the hillsides. It does not need a lot of water. Because of our lack of natural resources, we have learned to be traders. That's why Cebu is so open to the world. The influences in our cooking started maybe from the Chinese, and then more than 300 years of Spanish influence in our cooking. But the thing is, mahal yung ingredients ng Spanish cooking. And so with all the influences, and then later on came the Americans. But I think all of these influences have enriched our food. Kasi from sugba, tuwa, and kilaw, which is very basic, we learned to fry. We learned to gisal in Cebuano, which is gisar in Spanish. Tapos isasangkot siya mo yun, saka mo ilalagay yung sahog, and then you can make so many dishes from that. So, yun ang I think basic na assumption mo sa Cebuano cooking. The Chinese must always been with us because they came here to trade. Like the Spaniards, they came to colonize, to take over us. But when the Chinese came, they came to trade, and then they stayed, and then they intermarried. Nagkasawa na rito. So nagkisilang Cebuano in a way, di ba? So like, ang influence nila sa aming food, for example. And then, we always say nga na, bakit walang Chinatown sa Cebu? Walang Chinatown kasi the whole Cebu is a Chinatown. Cebuano cuisine actually is very basic. Ang hinihingi lang ng Cebuano is always freshness in the ingredients. Kaya yung basic 3 methods of cooking na paborito namin na sinugba, tinuwa, and kinilaw. Kung walang preskong isda, walang kinilaw. Actually, we eat what the land and the sea can provide us. Hindi maarte ang Cebuano cuisine. It's just that we want freshness. Kaya may luya ang lahat ng aming dishes because we don't want langsa. Yung siniserve namin na STK, yung shoot to kill, di ba? Yan yung naano lagi ng mga tao na sa Cebu may shoot to kill. So yun na rin yung sinerve namin kay Magellan. So whatever you eat now goes a long way back to the 16th century. Humba is, in Chinese, is humma, which means braised pork. And that is how you cook it. The way of cooking humba is braising, meaning to say, may konting liquid, di ba? But what gives it away as Chinese is the use of black beans, soy sauce, and sugar. Matamis ang humba eh. Meron niyang clavos de comer or the cloves, yung may laurel. So almost all of the spicing in humba is also Chinese. Our adobo here is called pinauga. It's a pre-colonial way of cooking adobo. We called it adobo because when the Spaniards tasted it, as sabi ni Pigafetta, and they cooked their meat just like ours. Yung merong suka, merong asin. First, we marinate it and then cook it in its marinade of salt, vinegar, and pepper, and garlic. And when it dries, we slowly put in a little oil just to make the meat give up its oil too, you know, kasi may taba siya, di ba? And then it is fried slowly in that oil. No soy sauce, So it turns uniform golden brown because the slow cooking gives the meat time to caramelize. And that's the Cebuano adobo. It's dry. The Chinese, we learned the cooking of a certain dish called timke. Timke is a chicken that is cooked like a white chicken now in Singapore, in Malaysia. This one particularly is cooked only with garlic and Mallorca. 1.5 cup. And then close it tightly and let it cook slowly over low fire for 3 to 4 hours. What comes out is very aromatic chicken. And that comes from the Parian district of Cebu City. The balbakwa, there is no word for that in the equivalent in the Cebuano dialect or language. Because balbakwa comes from the Spanish word barbacoa, which means slow cooking. So the method, binigay nilang pangalan sa dish. Kasi siguro na-observe ng ating mga old people before na yung tinuro ng Kastila na food was always slow cook. And maybe nagsasabi na ibarbakwa, meaning to say slow cook it para lumambot, di ba? So, of course, we always mangle naman the language that we are introduced to. So, ang barbakwa naging balbakwa. The original recipe which I got from a 1924 cookbook written by Maria Ralios, who was the wife of the first mayor of Cebu during the American era. That's the turn of the century. After 1898, tapos dumating ang Amerikano, so mga 1910, 1920s, they were already cooking. And Maria Ralios wrote a cookbook. The recipe is still there because it was written. That's why I had to write things down. See, 100 years ago, I'm still using that cookbook that was written 100 years ago. The third dish is the kasahos. It's like beef jerky. Tapa, I think, in Tagalog. Kasi yan, you slice it thinly, and then lalagyan mo ng asin, bawang, pepper. Pagkatapos nito, ibibilad sa araw. And then you dry it in the sun. So it will last you several days. But in Danao, you can still find kasahos made of kalabaw. We Filipinos are not fond of documenting. Have you noticed that? Most of our history comes from foreigners who wrote about us. Pigafetta, who wrote about our pre-colonial food and pre-colonial habits and way of dressing. Without Pigafetta, we would not have learned what we wore then, and then we would not learn what we ate then. He talked about budbud kabug already from that time. See, without him writing about the food that they ate when they arrived here, we would not have known pre-colonial food. Now, all the other writers who wrote about us were French, Americans, and all that. But somehow, in this century, we have found the need to write our own history. I think the writing of Hikay needed to be done because the food that we grew up in is starting to be lost by the current generation. To know that I have done something for the future generation. I think it is very sad for a recipe to disappear. It's a big loss culturally, historically. The food that nourished our people. Ayan, naiyak ako. It's like losing a part of your history. Yeah. part of losing your history and your soul as a people. Kasi fast food na lang tayo ng fast food. Yun, all you know is how to eat fried chicken. All you know is how to eat burgers. And now with the influx of Korean and Japanese cooking, mas alam pa natin yun kaysa ating sariling pagkain. Masama yung bakit ako umiyak. Ayun. It's so sad.
I totally understand why Luella got, so emotional at the end of that video, and because I can see it, in my own eyes when I go to different places. People tend to want things that they see in modern media, or they tend to think is cooler, or fresher, or newer, and because of that tend to forget about kind of these heirloom recipes or ingredients that we have so abundantly, just we haven't kind of documented very well. And I'm always saying you can have both worlds, right? You can have really new things and you can eat non-Filipino things, and that's completely fine. But it's really important not to forget about the ingredients and the recipes that kind of made us who we are. And so we did a few documentaries this year about really cool heirloom processes or ingredients that I think should be used in more modern contexts, either in restaurants or in households.
Hindi magugutom. Pag wala kang bigas, sa amin walang bigas, pwede na ka magsanglag ng unaw. Yun ang pagkain sa mga panahon sa bira sa panahon sa kong ginikanan sa una. Yung walang bigas, walang makita na makain. Yung unaw lang. Masipag magawa na makaunaw kapag hindi na. Mahirap.
We've been enjoying sago for years, whether as bouncy pearls in Taiwanese bubble tea or the chewy base of many Southeast Asian desserts, without ever really knowing where it comes from. In the Philippines and Southeast Asia, the inner bark of many species has been a source of food for centuries. We think that we've always been a rice nation, but before that, our main sources of carbohydrates came from tubers and trees. During World War II, the people of Mindanao survived thanks to lumbia, the local name for the sago palm. In Butuan City, locals harvest unaw, a starch harvested from the sap of the lumbia tree. The sago palm flowers only once in its life, usually on its 15th year, and it's at this moment that the tree's stored nutrients are converted into starch, making it the ideal time for harvest. Through a meticulous process, this sap is turned into powder, the key ingredient in the region's traditional rice cakes, palagsing, and tumpi. In Barangay Banza, Butuan City, husband and wife pair Mythol and Floriadel have been making palagsing for more than 20 years. It is enjoyed by their family or sold to nearby towns. In the absence of rice, it helped keep hunger at bay. The process is tedious and would be hard to produce in volume. It is a practice, though, that is disappearing.
Ang unaw, mao ginay gihimo gitawag nila og lumbia, gikan sa lumbia ang unaw. Kasagaran sa Butuan ragid. Naman sa Talakugon, Aayapon, Bansa Maog, na siya tumampi. Pero kasagaran bansa yun. Kay ang bansa nadungogin ni nga dirigid ko haon ang mga unaw. Ining lumbiyagid, yung pa kinaiyahan, walang nagtatanim. Kung tumayo yan sa lupa mo, imo. Pag hindi yan naturok sa lupa mo, hindi sa'yo. Ang gawin natin ngayon, puputol tayo ng puno. Pagkatapos, hatiin. Paghati natin, maghapos. Yung hinapos, yung magdugmok na. Kasi akong tatay Butuan nun. Mao na ilang trabaho sa unang panahon. Pag makaunaw, doon. Yun lang ang sasanglagin namin. Yun, nagkakainin namin. Kukuha ang papa ko ng mga haluan. Yan lang, papaksiwan na, papa na mo, ray amo kaunon. Sa kanigo na nga, sanglag nga, unaw. Dali na mabusog kay Paguman, paghapos, piga dito sa tubig, sa may muskit. Ang lumabas diyan, kataas. Yan ang gagawin ng unaw. Sa unang panahon walang gutom pag may unaw. Pag masipag ka, magputol ng lumbia, mag-unaw, walang gutom. Pero kung tapulan ka, ito pa, wala. Gutom ka. Dito sa Butuan, okay kaya sa amo na. Bahalang walang bigas basta may unaw.
The residue is dried for hours until it turns into brown bits. This is unaw.
Pag imo ning trabahon, mo na makahimo ka og unaw, mo na gihimo og palagsing. Tumpi, kinabul, mo na among among panginabuhi tikan pa sa una. Sa ako pang ginikanan. Ako na, mo nang nakasugod ko 35 years ago nagikan pagluto sa palagsing. Matabang lang unaw. Pag hindi mo linagyan ng buko at saka asukal, walang lasa. Pagluto sa palagsing, mag-ayag ka sa unaw, magkudkud ka sa buko, at saka lagyan mo ng asukal, i-mix ni mo. Iputos, ibalot sa dahon. Pagkatapos isaing na kaagad. Mga 30 minutes. 30 minutes or 45 minutes luto na yan. Ang ginawa ng palagsing, pwede rin gawin ng tumpi. Kaya lang ang tumpi, linagay sa kalha. Ang palagsing, binalot sa dahon at saka sinaing. Ang tumpi, hindi. Sa kalha, diretso. I-proseso ni mo sa tumpi, isang lag mo muna at saka i-mix ang buko, ilagay din sa kalha nga, tuyo nga kalha. At saka dun, pipi sa kalha. Parang doon mo matigas. Yun ang tumpi. Ang kinabol, iba rin. Kinabol. Kaya ang kinabol, sanglag lahat. Sanglag. Pagkatapos, patigasin ang parang aabot yan ilang buwan. Hindi masisirang. Parang landang yan. Kumakain ka, wala kang bigas. Yan ang kakainin mo, may ulam ka. Ulam kang prito, ulam kang ng pinaksew. Kahit anong ulam, pwede. Wala kami bigas yan ang kanin namin sa panahon sa akong ginikanan. Sa akong amahan, akong mamang papa, walang bigas. Yun ang kanin namin. Pag kumakain ka niyan, kunti lang kakainin mo. Pag uminom ka ng tubig, mabigat sa tiyan.
Sago flour has long been part of both local and international markets. With a yield 6 times greater than that of rice paddies and a resilience to harsh climates, sago is well suited to weather the impacts of climate change. Given the Philippines' heavy reliance on imported rice, leaving it vulnerable to global price shifts, sago could be a strategic alternative. But altering taste preferences, especially those tied to culture and tradition, is a challenge all on its own. Most agriculturists also agree that if the trees are properly planted and farmed, even though its maturity takes a long time, this could be farmed sustainably.
Sa Butuanon, pinaka-importante kay mao na ginatawag bitaw nga ila dili kasi kay importante kayo. Wala na ba ibang magawa namin sa magtitinda, ana. Sa panahon gid sa una, ma'am, wala mawinay na mo na buhi ana. Kung walang una, patay mi. Wala. Mo na ginay nakabuhi sa amo sa una. Sa akong ginikanan. Muna, pinaka-importante ginamo ng unaw, ma'am, kung lisod kung mawala ang lumbia, ma'am. Lisod. Ang lumbia kay ngano, ang uban mga tao diri, uban may trabaho ba ya magsalig na yung unana. Kung wala, saan na lang. Kanibito sa unang lumbia, kuha naman nila ni Gudi, ila na ginapaluap kay ila himuon o harina. Hindi na makakaya ang lumbia, tungod dili kay daghan. Diba, season na naman, pero pag bilis-bilisan mo ng pag kumuha ng lumbia, wala na. Susunod, wala na. Paabot kang 10 years, hadis na makuha na naman. Mo nang ang lumbia, mahal gid na ang lumbia. Di mi gusto nga panamasta-masa ng lumbia, kay diha gid baya mi namuhi. Diyan namin kukunin ang mga namin sa bahay, pag-aaral, tubig, suga. Importante kayo.
Sa matinding araw. dami nilang ganito. African Dixie. Oo, katulad kay Paul. African Dixie niya. Go na ba?
Si katuig.
Ako ay si Leonora Dunya. Dugay na akong magtanim ng kuan. Magtanim ng kabog. Mga kuan. 50 years.
Tagal na.
Oh,
Ilan taon ka na ba?
Ako ang edad na ako karon sa 69.
Ako di ay si Nanay Butchi. Si Nanay Butchi, usasad ka farmer nga mao poy na nitabang-tabang pod kang Nanay Leonora nga mailhan siya. No niya. Isa rin akong membro ng Slow Foods Sugbo. Then kaya kami nagkakilala ni Nanay Leonora dahil po ako rin ang tagapagawa ng budbud kabog sa produce or sa farming ni Nanay Leonora. Kaya sabay-sabay kaming gagawa sa mga tungkulin namin para maipakilala ang ating kabog at saka budbud kabog. Ang kabog po ay dito sa Katmon is found po sa isang cave. Doon sila tumutubo. Ang nagbigay ng pangalan yung mga native dito. Kasi ang kabog is isang pangalan ng ibon, bat, kaya naninirahan sa cave. Before kasi ang mga ancient forefathers natin is kung anong nakikita nila, yun na lang ang ipapangalan nila. Kaya nakikita nila na maraming kabog sa cave. Kung anong na-harvest nila doon, nakikita na masarap. Anong pangalan? Yun lang ang pinapangalan nila, kabog. But actually, yeah, a millet, kind of proso, and then the dawa is the foxtail.
Dawa ni siya. Ang kining dawa, dili kay sa pagkaon din ni siya magamit. Magamit niya kung maglungag ta permiro sa ato mais. Nya kanang naay mga bata nga kanang ginuka bitaw. Mo ni siya humulan para muog ang nuka. Mo ni sa kikinaraan ba nga gamit.
Pwede mo ipakita dito sa camera, lapit sa camera.
Mao ni nga dili gi ko pabuwag ning dawa kay panahon na magamit man gini siya sa gawa sa pagkaon.
Dili mo ni siya ang karaan nga tool.
Gamit
Kayog i-sharpen lang ang tabi, then iganon lang siya. Yan. Ito lulutuin din paparehas ng pwede rin gagawin ng suman. At saka gagawing biko. At saka yun, medicinal din ito. Yan. Ito yung kabog niya. Ito pwede na itong harvestin. Ito yung kabog. So magkaiba sila. Ito po yung dawa at saka ito po rin ang kabog. So nagkaiba yung nila hitsura, yung
pag nakita mo, mayroon difference sa bawat isa. Ito, mamahalin, ito mumurahin. Kaya, ipapakain sa ibon. Yan. Pero, pwede rin itong kakainin ng tao because one of the element is the soil element nila dito is makaproduce ng glutinous product. No? Kaya naiiba talaga yung soil dito sa Katmon.
Uy, ang amo kinabuhi din sa bukid. O, mao na, mag-usahay. O, kapoyon kami, kuan mi katabang. Amo pa tabangon pag limpyo. O, nya, dayon, magpakot kami parang ng berme. O, mahawa na, magpatabang sa mi, magpatanom kay kami namang duha. Mag-umahay gimi gyud. Mag-uuma gimi, farmer gyud ako ginikanan. Muni na sunod nga trabaho. Nya, karon nga minyo na mi. Mo sa di amo parang maka-eskwela amo mga anak. Oh, muna magtanong mais. Ya, dayon kamote, mga bulanghoy. Ya, ang pinaka kuan gyud ang kabog. Kay mao may makwartahan. Pangbaligya na mo para maka-eskwela amo mga anak. 500 gyud ang kuan ay. Gantang dili.
Gantang lang?
Oh, 200. Duha ka kilo og tunga ang usa ka gantang. Sa ako apuhan. Oy, ito do nila nga kana lami na kaunon siya. Pandili siya kabusog. Sa lami ra. Para lami ra niya. Nasay makuha pa sa imo sa lawas na para lawas nimo. Oh, ang ako mga apuhan, mao ri siya nakamauna ni. Kami ra gi pinaka kuan dito nga dagko. Ang pamilya niya sa ako apuhan, pulos gi sila nagtanom. Nakabalay sila, ka-eskwela ilang mga anak. Muna ilagay.
Magluto tayo ng budbud kabog or suman na kabog. Kahoy nga. Tara, inday. Kahoy inday, panguha di oh. Ang ricados nato no para sa budbud kabog is the kabog, the coconut milk, and the little brown sugar. Lulutuin lang natin ito sa gata. Unahin natin ang gata. Sa Bisaya, ang pangalan nito ay tacho. So this is made of clay at ang maka-add ito sa aroma sa paggawa ng budbud kabog. Yung gata nito is isang baso na kabog at saka isang baso na tubig na igagata natin sa niyog. At saka yung brown sugar nito is katamtaman lang kung anong gusto mo, yung matamis or yung kulang ng yung kulang ng tamis. Talagang importante sa akin dahil may sentimental value siya kasi galing to sa mga grandparents ko. Pinasa-pasa ng uncle ko. Then, sa ngayon nga generation, ako na naman. So, ganito kahalaga. Dito kami nabubuhay. Ito ang panghanap buhay namin.
Ang kabog?
Ang paggawa ng budbud kabog. Yes. Wow. Yan din ang dahilan kung bakit kahit gaano kahirap lalo na sa pagbibigas at saka sa pagluluto, kahit gaano kahirap, pinatuloy-tuloy pa rin namin ang gawain dahil nagiging importante, nagiging passion namin at saka parang ang bigat ng ang value sa gawain ito. Kahit na gaano kahirap at may panahon pa rin na maka-smile, makatawa. I have made a decision na we have to go farming. We have to go farming because kung walang farmer, hindi kami makagawa. So the problem is you have to go farming so that malaman mo na na mayroon kang gagawin na panghanap buhay. Kasi kung walang ma-produce na kabog, wala kaming hanap buhay din. So, nagiging farmer na kami. Kung walang farmer, walang pagkain. Yun. Pag kumulo na yung gata, i-ano natin yung kabog. Yung nakita ko sa tatay ko na nagiging agriculturist din tatay ko, ang climate change is nandyan. Kung mayroon typhoon, kung maubos lahat ng seeds, wala nang maiwan sa farmer. Ganyan ka halaga sa akin yung pagiging farmer na ngayon. Galing sa seed hanggang sa pag-produce sa mga products. Yan. So, there's a security in food farming. Lalagyan na natin ito na naluluto na siya sa gata kasi lumabas na yung oil niya, yung lana, tsaka lalagyan na natin siya ng sugar. Kahit kunti lang kasi ito brown sugar para hindi masyado siyang matamis kasi yung kabog mismo mayroon na siyang sugar na kunti. So, hindi mo siyang kailangan na maraming sugar ang ilalagay. Yun. Mabango talaga siya. Yan ang nag-add ng aroma sa clay pot. Pakuluan siguro mga 20 minutes lang. Ito na ang resulta. Ito na po ang budbud kabog. So ganito na yan pag bukas. Ganyan. Kasi itong dahon siya ang holder. Yan. Ganyan. Sarap.
Ang laksoy, kuan siya yang imnunon nga makahingaw. Pero dili lang nato taudon ni pag-inom kay madaot sa kita kung sige ta inom. Kuan lang yang mild lang nga inom. Pero kakan may usay malabian gid lang pag inom. Lami siya kay pagkaugma dili ka diyaw hang uber. Lahi hong mga binutilya. Kay ang binutilya yabay mga chemical ang amo ito lang mikit-an niyo. Solid ra gid siya nga tuba. Why natural lagi siya, why gisagol na mo nga lain.
Long before colonizers arrived, Filipinos had already discovered the ambrosial delight of traditional fermented spirits. Tagayan or social drinking has long been a cherished cultural practice, strengthening community bonds and preserving age-old craftsmanship. Each province boasts its own drink of choice. Tapoy, a rice wine from the Cordilleras; Basi, a sugarcane wine; Bugnay wine, made from local tropical berries; and various palm-based alcoholic beverages like tuba, lambanog, and laksoy. Laksoy has been a staple in Tagayans and Inumans across eastern Mindanao, the Visayas, Bicol, and southern Luzon, known by different names in each region. Early references appear in Antonio Pigafetta's Primo Vaggio in Torno al Mondo, where he describes Magellan and his crew being offered palm wine. The 1668 book Historia de las Islas e Indios de Visayas by Francisco Ignacio Alsina also notes laksoy as the first and strongest extract from nipa palm. On a recent trip to Butuan, we documented the meticulous process of making laksoy, honoring the cultural heritage it represents, the craftsmanship behind it, and the livelihood it sustains.
Ako si Gaspar Anyasco, taga Babag, Butuan City. Istara ko nga ni Purok Dos. Kuha na kang edad na ko doon, 58. Mga 50 years na. Kaya 15 anyos ako ga, antigo na kumuhinang hulaksoy. Yaon, memory na ako sa kay ako sa una ga mag-iba na akong katatay pagpananggot. Kamo mangahoy kami, maghimo kami laksoy. Antol nga kiko lang ko gid nga amo to ni ang paghimong laksoy. Ako maghimo na ako na lang isa. Amoy kono namo itong yadto pa to ang sangutan namo nga to pataw to. Ang ton-ana namo yadto pa. Antol nga balhin kami ngani. Amo ra gihapon nga kuan kay ang trabaho ginikan lang ako sa una, amo gid siya mananggot, magtuna maghimo og laksoy. Ito sir, ito. Sad.
Ano po tawag dyan?
Sad. Sad ang tawag namin ito.
Sa pasad po ginagamit?
Sa pag-harvest ng nipa. Ito, buta. Mga, kuwan, 15 anyos. Antigo na ako mo inom-inom. Kuwan, makisugit siya. Magdi na ako madahong, ginahawaan ako. Pero kadugayan, ako sige inom-inom. Kay apil na ba kong inom-inom? Okay na. Lami na siya para ka na ako.
Nakaka-harvest po kayo sa isang araw?
Kuwan, mga, depende sa, depende sa, yung,
ilang litro sa tingin mo?
madami, siguro mga, 4 na ito. 4, 3. Yun. Ang una yung kuan mga dili pa sa mga siyang kuan pikpik, di na mo nga magbuwak na. Unya pag kuha na siya kanang di na makabuan, ini na ang resulta niya. Ini na siya kamo, ini siya. Ikuha na mo ini gihilot na mo. Pwede pa. Massage, pwede massage ba? Oh, yang lang to.
Sipain.
Kamo kuha ng pisak.
Oh.
Ito sir.
Para palambot.
Oh. Oh. Para sa kuan yang para mo kuan dito siya. O pahumo kunya murag smooth siya ba. Pag 8 na kabuan, 8 na kabuan. Ini na siya. Ini na siya ang kuan ano. Ang gapo na utlon ta. Kamu utlon dai namin siya utlon. Oh.
Oh. Yan. Ang tulo na.
Oh. Oh, pagkaugma. Ugma, butangan na mong kuan, sahod, sugong. Yan na ang tuba. Tuba na siya. Kuan, mayumo-yumo, matamis-tamis. Katapos niyan, yung kuan yung ito lang kuan. Ito lang sahod na mo. Ang kay. Ano kay? Oo. Hindi doon, mukawa na ko sa ning tuba. Kay mananggot na ko. Ang tawag sa niya, mananggot na. Kamu abisan siya, abisan. Oh, hindi na. Ganun lang. Hindi lang siya, kamu. Atol nga, kuhaw na ko ni tanan. Kamu dadon nga tutunan. Yan pa. Karga na. Apil itong imo bay. Oh, itong gay na, itong mikita itong tuba, nagibot itong gikan pag pananggot na to. Kamo ang tuba ibutang na ang ani, istak na ho mga tulo ka adlaw. Adi sir, ibutang siya ngani para himuon nga laksoy. Kilala na siya tanan. Labi na doon nga panahon kay yaw na yung mga yang social media, yang ini mga parahan vlog. Bikila na gid siya kadiyaw. Gikan pa sa una ilado na ining butwal nga ilaksoy. Kay yaw yung mga umpra kanamo sa una nga taga Surigao. Ang iban mohatol ngadto bukid-bukid ngadto yang mga ato Davao. Mukadto yaw magdagan to Manila. Nga Cebu yaw magada. Mobili sila ngani ang mukadto bakasyon ngadto mobili, dalo nila ngadto kanila. Ini siya, pwede na siya tunon kay kuha na siya kaadlaw. Tulo na. Pwede na siya himuon nga laksoy. Hinangon siya nga laksoy na siya. Kamo guligawon kay ang lagudhan ni siya milugdang nga tulawom. Guligawon ni siya parang magsagol sila tanan. Apil ang kuan tung lagud. Tulo ka para sa nga kuan. Amoy butang ato. Wala kay ang mga lupa nga ni sa ang mga lupa namo gisanggutan namo sa una, sanggutan nila na ang iban gi pamaligya, gihimo nga pispan. Kamo wala sa imusunod ka namo nga mga pananggot magahimo ang laksoy kay mga bata namo mga anak namo di na ba sila mohimo sa ni kay kapoy ba nga trabaho. Yan, ga-eskwela sila.
After draining the previous batch, a handful of molded soil will be placed on the end of a piece of wood that will help store the nipa juice. Once secured, the fermented nipa juice will be poured into the sandayong. A basin filled with water is placed to cover the sandayong. This will help steam the juice to make laksoy.
Pagtakahoy, parang okay. Hindi itong halingay ko. Ini. Ayun na. Itong gisod ina nga tuba nga to. Gihalingan siya kamo pag bukal ang tuba, pag mubukal ang tuba, itong kawa nga gibutang dito nga yoy tubig. Mo singot siya, muhuwas. Kamo itong huwas niya, yan ba itong kikita na to kayo na nga yoy kuan nga ni. Itong sandayong. Muaga siya nga ni. Muagi din siya nga ni. Saudon na mo sa ni. Ngayon, tugon-tugon siguro. Mga 20 minutes pa siguro ay hamo to. Kailangan na to kung mo to na siya, kay ini siya, maso. Game mo gawas nga, kuan. Maso siya ka mo to lang siya ngani.
Pagdating sa laksoy na.
Oh, laksoy na. Lalakas yan yun. Ngayon, kuan. Dahil ba init na at saka dito, ito ang pagkalahati na siya, kalahati na siyang galon, palitan ng tubig ang kawa para malamig siya. Ito. Hose. May bugag kami nga mawain ni siya kay wala na ba musulod ka na mo. Ang mga bata, wala na ba? Wala na minanggot. Wala na sila, wala. Sexual sila, may graduate na, katrabaho na, yung mga anak sab nila, wala na. Kami na lang bibili nga ni kay kami wa ba kami mag-eskwela hung tarong. Ya kami doon nga yan kami nga ni. Gahinang kami sa ning laksoy. Lahat ng ito first nga galon. Lagyan na ng tester 100 plus ang prop niya. Ito lang. Wala ibang trabaho. Wala yung trabaho na mo ini. Kontento kami sa ni kay makabugas sa kami, makakaon. Proud kami. Labi na doon nga panahon kay murang ilado na gid kami nga amo ang ilaksoy niyo nga ni babag. Yaw na mo kani nga mga estranyo, mga pariner kani nga ni. Kana mo. Mo ato lang sila daw pag unong pag-imong laksoy kamo tilaw sab.
Though interest in laksoy wanes, Apang's quiet devotion endures, a testament to protecting not just the livelihood, but a heritage deeply rooted in the Butuan identity.
Mga soon, minom kita laksoy. Dali ka mo ngani.
So obviously this year we did a bunch of food tours like I always do. I always struggle keeping kind of my weight from yo-yoing too much when I do these series. These food tours have brought us to Butuan, to Cagayan de Oro, to Jensen, to Davao, to closer to home for me in Malabon, in Bulacan, and even in South Caloocan, discovering kind of like some hidden gems that we have in these cities in Metro Manila that we don't necessarily talk about. And we're going to be doing way more next year. We actually have Samar and Leyte coming up very soon. We're going to be shooting Laguna very soon. And if there's any other provinces that you want us to feature, please make sure to let us know in the comments.
Doi is a character, and I'm so excited to see him again. He came to visit us in Manila and was just a ball of energy, and you could tell that he is in love with what he does. He buys fresh spear or line-caught fish from a local barangay just an hour away from his restaurant, and he prepares it in the sutukil method, fresh and à la minute for all his customers.
This one. This is the lipte.
Ah, oh yeah, okay. I've seen this before. Okay.
Yeah, one fish. This one, sabaw.
Sabaw.
The other half.
This is sabaw.
Sabaw.
This is
ilaw. The other one,
The other
grilled.
side. Ah, okay. And then when someone eats here, they always order one whole fish?
Yes.
Ah, cool. Okay, so that's why you have different... and
so
always
bakit
different fish?
Yes. Yaan, lipte.
So parang your customers come and then they decide what fish they want.
Yes.
To sutukil.
Mm.
I'm excited.
Okay.
Okay.
Let's cook this one.
Yeah. You don't get the fish that's in
No.
from like Sulu or something. Yeah.
No. It's not the same quality.
Yeah, of course.
Because in Sulu or in Zamboanga, the vessels there are very large.
Yeah, these are smaller land.
Ah.
So yung for you, yung mga best for sutukil dapat fresh mga 12 hours delivered na. So that part he's using for the
kinilaw.
Kinilaw, okay. For the kinilaw part, don't remove the scales. For the
grill part,
remove the scales. And then for the soup, the head.
Yeah.
Instead of putting the fish straight on the grill, he puts them in these cages, which helps keep the skin intact, but also allows the cook to continuously rotate the protein, making it easier to achieve a consistent doneness throughout the meat. Next, he shows me what it takes to make a beautiful tinola.
So you cut the face pa rin, cheeks off, and then you quarter it, okay. So what's the secret of a good tula?
The secret of a good tula is once it boils, you remove the scum.
Okay, so you clean the broth.
Yes.
So ginger, lemongrass, tomatoes, spring onions,
wombok,
and then asin.
Asin.
So yung mga slime, no?
Yeah.
Konti. Pero you can leave it naman, right? It's just clearer or may
ibang
lasa talaga.
Ibang lasa. Mawawala yung yung langsa.
Okay. Pero depende sa fish pa rin.
Depende sa fish.
So what's your favorite fish for sutukil?
Ito, lipte, yung malapunte. Malapunte, masarap yun.
Pero rare na.
Rare. Kasi yung dinideliver nila, hindi ka naman maka-request na ito yung gusto ko. Kung ano lang yung catch nila, yun lang.
Pero in the net fishing or line?
Spear.
Spear?
Yeah.
All your fish is spear fish? Cool.
Some of them are yung tawag namin dito, pranghe.
Okay.
Yung may
hook.
Yeah. Yung ito yung nagpapasarap.
Yeah, that's what adds the spring onions will add parang acidity, earthiness to the flavor of the dish. Yeah. That's good.
Later pag maano na to,
that's tasty.
Maano yung
the flavor will come out together already.
The last piece, the crown jewel, la pièce de résistance, my favorite, the kinilaw.
So ano yung technique ng tabon-tabon? So Doi is scraping it slowly, so it takes a while. So it's like really fine shavings.
Para yung creaminess niya ba? Yung color niya.
So parang yung milky color.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Can I try?
Sige.
So slowly lang.
So slowly lang. Para maging paste lang siya.
Gets. Okay. So ito yung proper amount. So next.
This one. Bahal. Day old, 2-day-old na tuba.
2-day-old tuba.
Yeah.
So it's a mix of, this is a 2-day-old fresh tuba. You have a little bit of acidity, but it's really more on, imagine like an old red wine. That's the flavor you get, but not too arid or too acid. So how much do you add, Doy?
Sige, i-smash. Yan yung kulay ng color.
Dapat ganito. So who taught you how to make kinilaw?
Sa lang, yung parang binugoy style ba? Parang pang tambay lang nito. Yung doon sa Talisayan, may nagkikilaw doon sa sa tabing dagat yan.
Pero ito, yung style mo. This is your own style. So parang you perfected it to how you like.
Walang perfect ng pagkinilaw, depende lang sa mo.
Sa tao.
Kasi ang iba gumagamit talaga na yung maasim na suka, yung pang-mix nila.
So
Set
next,
aside.
set aside.
Next one, you slice the ginger thinly.
And julienne?
Julienne. Di ba you said you had hindi ka pumunta sa culinary school? Wala kang background ng
Wala. I just married a actress.
You just married.
That's my skill set.
Pareha pala tayo. Kasi hindi ako nakapasok sa
Sa culinary school.
Whoa!
You're putting me to work, huh?
Lubos-lubosin na natin, boss, kasi nandito ka na. Para actual mo talaga na ikaw, this is
the proper. Each time I make kinilaw, I always get comments from people from Cagayan saying, that's not real kinilaw. You have to come to Cagayan to try a real kinilaw. Always.
Okay lang yan, sir. Next one, this one. Yan lang.
So your first step is salt.
Salt. You mix it with your hands para mas masarap.
With my hands?
Yes.
Really?
Oh. That is the proper way
to toss it. Okay. Like this.
Yeah, para wala na yung salt saka yung
So ito yung first wash.
The ingredients. Yan.
So now this is the
tuba
vinegar.
Okay. Fresh.
Fresh tuba. Okay. Can I try?
Sige, try.
Oh, amazing.
Mas siya, mas sweet, di ba?
Yeah. So you don't use vinegar like parang yung strong
No.
vinegar? You don't. So it is very different. Tabon.
Salt. Okay, you mix. Ako daw mag-try dahil sa imo bisunod,
This is actually blowing my mind in terms of how it's made. You eat kinilaw in a certain way your whole life, and then you eat it this way, and it's completely different from everything you've learned. And the flavor that you associate with the dish is not wrong, but it's completely interpreted in a whole different way with these ingredients in a different place.
The next one will be Suha. That one lang.
So one muna. These are juicy. So yan lang muna.
Yan lang muna.
Try it?
Try.
So you always try it?
Pero dito, measured lahat. Kaya yung
yung consistency. So yung acidity, hindi from the vinegar, it's from the suha talaga.
That one.
Kalamansi. So ito,
Dalawa lang.
Pero may sweetness na because of the calamansi that's in there.
Okay na to.
Okay na. Thank you, Doy. That was so cool to learn how you do it.
Yes.
Let me try the tinola. So usually every table will have...
Yes, sotokil.
Pero may
iba.
I saw you have mga
Squid.
specials pa rin. Okay.
Next time na lang.
You want some?
Ah,
or no?
okay lang,
I feel like
ako
you eat every day, so I don't know if you do you want.
Yeah, okay lang, ako
Don't
lang.
worry.
Mga nahiya naman ako. Ikaw lang unang kumain. Kaya yung bisita eh.
This I'm super excited for. Lipte, right?
Lipte.
Lipte. Wow, that is a meaty piece of fish. And in this you dress with soy sauce lang?
Soy sauce, chili, and lemon.
Lemon.
Ano lang sabi? Okay na, cowboy.
Mga Makati Cowboys.
Yan. Saka yung soy sauce. Wait lang, vinegar. Yung suka.
Ito suka talaga.
Galing pang ganito.
Same.
Same.
Let's try this. Oh, this one's very good. No? Very meaty, flaky. Wala masyadong parang fishy flavor. Lipte.
Yung ginawa mong kinilaw. Nanginginig pa, boss. Fresh na fresh yung isda, oh.
Sa kitchen mo, may parang one staff dedicated sa kinilaw, isa?
Kinilaw, isa.
Okay. So they all become experts in one station?
Sa pag-grill, isa. Sa pagluto, isa.
Isa.
At saka sa kilaw, isa. Yummy! Soft drinks! Soft drinks, boss. Beer! Mamaya na daw, pagkatapos.
May biyahe pa.
Musta yung tinola, boss?
Sarap. Doy, so good.
You might have noticed that we haven't been to the local market yet. There was no rush, as we knew what we wanted our last bite to be, and we heard that they stay open late into the afternoon. If you love Okoy, JR's is a must-try for anyone coming to Malabon.
Ako nga pala si JR Yoson, taga Malabon, Concepcion. Matagal na kaming nag-Okoy. Nagsimula ito sa nanay ko, tapos pinagpatuloy lang namin. Kasi yung panahon na nahirapan yung mga magulang sa pagtaguyod sa amin. Tapos syempre may mga problema nangyari sa buhay namin. Ako na nagtaguyod nito at ako na nagpatuloy. Hanggang sa yun, napaboom natin. Yung recipe natin, may mga dinagdag lang tayo. Kasi yung mga dinagdag kong tokuha na yan, tsaka yung super special. Pinulot ko lang yan sa mga gusto ng customer sa amin. Ibang customer kasi, minsan, ayaw nila ng ipon. Ang sinasuggest ko naman, kung gusto nyo, lagyan na lang natin ng tokwa para may ibang variety na makikita. Ang ingredients yung okay namin ay galapong, toge, kalabasa, pinchay, sibuyas, yan. Tsaka yung maiwagang pawis natin. Hindi, joke lang po. Kasi sa dami-dami mag-okay natin, pero alam ko naman marami mag-okay sa Concepcion at Malabon. Pero yun ang pinagmamalaki ko, nawala sa iba siguro.
Hey, JR.
Hello po. Magandang hapon po, sir.
Musta?
Sa pagbisita sa amin, maliit na palengke.
Of course. Sana yung specialty mo?
Ang specialty namin yan, ang bago namin ngayon, super special namin.
Ito.
Yan.
Kamote.
Meron, lagyan namin siya ng ingredients sa tokwa, onion rings.
Onion rings. Ano yung, yun, kamote, hindi?
Kalabasa.
Kalabasa. Kalabasa, onion rings, tapos yung...
Kalabasa, onion rings.
Shrimp.
Shrimp.
Pero yung bestseller, your more popular one is the shrimp.
Ayan. Itong special.
And what other vegetables do you put here?
Ganun din, pero mas marami lang ang kalabasa at toge niya.
Okay. So this is toge.
Toge.
And then
kalabasa.
inside here.
Tsaka marami siyang shrimp.
Pero dito yung kalabasa mas
marami.
Okay.
Mas marami tsaka may tokwa siya.
Okay.
Ang regular naman namin, ito. Ito naman is 55. Ano lang siya, parang dinoble lang yung hipon ng special.
Okay.
Kaya mas maraming hipon itong parang.
And yung shrimp dito, mas lambot naman yung mga shells and heads and everything, right?
Kasi sway naman ang hipon natin, kaya huwag kang kagatin.
Thin shells.
Hindi siya matigas.
So walang sugat. And every day, how many do you sell?
Kakakalaling 8 kilong hipon kami. Pinakamatumo na siguro yung 8, 10.
Okay, nice.
Kasi yung per piece, di namin alam kung ilang piraso na yung per piece na gagawa namin.
Yeah, correct, yeah. Okay, I'll try whatever you think I should try.
Gawa kita ng super special namin.
Sobrang sikat ka na.
Hindi naman, sir.
So when I make okoy at home, my batter is usually quite wet, and then I kind of fry it in the oil to get it really crispy and then airy and pockety. And then as it cooks, I kind of assemble the okoy as it cooks, giving me a really nice thick one. The okoy he's doing here is way flatter, way crispier, which is a completely different style of making it as well. So the point is to try to get it in the oil at the same time and keeping it kind of, like that's why he can get kind of these perfect shapes. I'm really interested to see how this turns out once it hits the oil. So there's some batter being added on top. That's going to be kind of like the sealer to keep everything together, and that's what I'm guessing has the cornstarch, the egg, the slurry, depending on what they're using. So it does spread out a little bit, but it still sticks together quite nicely. Pero itong okoy dapat crispy talaga.
Yeah, crispy.
Okay.
Ganito.
Kasi may okoy medyo chewy pa sa ilalim. Okay.
Kasi yung iba, minsan, sila yung nagaan ng ano sa labi nila eh.
Yeah. Or they like the thicker ones.
Yeah.
But I like this, thin, crispy.
Ito yung tinatawag kong super special kasi mas dinoble yung laman tsaka makapal.
So galapong makes it crispier, no?
Yeah.
Okay. I've never actually made my okoy with galapong. Usually I make it with cornstarch and flour, which gives me more of a pancakey, chewy pull, whereas the galapong should give you something really nice and crispy. If anyone's watched any of our other videos, you know that I'm a massive fan of okoy. I think it's something that every karinderya and every cook should perfect in the Philippines because there's so much that you can do with it that makes it really unique to your towns and provinces, kind of like a Japanese kakiyage or like a frito miso, depending on what you're actually catching in the seas in front of you and what you're planting in the earth behind you. You can make some really cool fritters out of it. So each time I get to try okoy, I do. Yung galapong, the rice flour changes it completely. It's light, it's airy, no density whatsoever in it, yet it holds together really nicely. The addition of the tofu gives it kind of like a juicy bounciness to it as well, which just makes this dish a whole lot more filling. And you kind of get this really, really massive piece of just beautiful food. I feel like what Malabon has showed us is that wherever you are in the Philippines, there are things that you can highlight and things that you can find in your different cities that you should be putting forward. It's funny that, you know, within the 16 cities of Metro Manila, sometimes it's kind of hard to find an identity in each of those cities or specialties because of how populations move and how migration works. But there are places like Malabon that are getting known for its food culture, and I really hope that people around the country kind of take that as an example of how can you promote and how can you be a hero of your own municipality's kind of cuisine, putting those things forward, doing them well, cooking it hot, and serving it the best way possible. So Malabon, I will be back. Yummy.
Ano po yung benta nyo? Mais po. Sa prutas. Opo siya. Depende po sa inyo kung lalagyan nyo ng margarine o cheese. May vlog din kayo? Opo, practice lang po. Si King Corn Vlog po. King Corn Vlog. Nasa Instagram saan?
We've always focused on trying to build the Philippines as a food destination, and so our main approach for that in the beginning was to just kind of document traditional practices, regional diversity, Filipino flavors, and things that just kind of make Filipino food what it is, to try and create a baseline understanding of what Filipino food is for Filipinos, but also for international travelers or researchers who might be looking into the country. One thing we've realized, though, is that we've never really focused on Filipino fine dining or the fine dining scene in the Philippines. And for a country to be a true culinary destination, you can't only talk about traditional Filipino food. You also need to talk about international food, so international chefs that are moving to the country to create their own food here, or local chefs that are trying to kind of play around with Filipino flavors and present them in different ways. And so last year, we actually created a series that focused on these fine dining establishments.
And for me, I was like, nagising, like I found something that I needed to learn.
I think the thing with Bruce is that he's just really constantly evolving.
Bruce has this calm, kindness to him. When I heard Bruce talk about fish, I honestly have never encountered someone who talks about it with so much awe.
And then you take that energy back and you bring it to your kitchen. It changes how you see fish. Over the years, I worked so hard to be in a position where I don't have to throw so many punches in one go. That I can just do one good shot.
Not all chefs start in the kitchen. Some begin in dojos. Chef Bruce Ricketts, the son of a martial arts master, was sparring with older opponents as a young boy and teaching martial arts by the age of 16. At 21, he redirected this discipline and passion towards food, teaching himself to cook and working his way up from the bottom in various kitchens. His journey led him to build and helm restaurants like La Chinesca, Sensei, Uma, and the award-winning Mecha Uma. In October 2024, Bruce and his wife and creative partner Jay Pickrell unveiled their most ambitious project yet. EI is the embodiment of the couple's relentless pursuit of perfection. This is a glimpse into their creative process, the intellect and determination driving their work, and the path that lies ahead.
When I was in the States and I was young, the idea of being able to work and know now you can work and buy something, for me, I found a great appeal to that. I was working different jobs also, but then, I kind of enjoyed being in the kitchen and working with people who are a lot older than me. And there's two ways, because, coming from the background that I have where I tailed my dad, it was always, if I like someone and I respect someone, you submit to them. You work with people who are a lot better than you. But when I worked in kitchens in the States, there are people who I worked with or chefs that I worked under who I was a fanboy. For me, I realized for the kind of cooking that I enjoyed, it wasn't the one with the rules. Strategically, I wanted to be on the ground, on the front, and really doing the work. So in a way, it's almost like it's still very similar, if you're doing sports or if you're doing martial arts. So basically, I obsess. And ever since I was young, that's really the culture that my dad does. He wasn't a foodie, but his term was with fighting, parang pagkain yan. Hindi mo malalaman hanggang matikman mo. So it's let's go around. He would literally throw me in the middle of the seminar while he's teaching a group of people when I was 12. And he would say, okay guys, if you want to test what we just learned and what we taught, here's my son, open sparring.
This is a combination of bakbakan and illustrissimo style. And you can see that Bruce design.
Alright.
I love the idea not because I loved it for myself. I loved pleasing my idol. So for me, it became like a habit. Even at work, sinong magaling magtrabaho dito? Sinong kaya kong i-outwork mo dito? So parang it was just really like this competitive culture. Parang puro pakitang lilas, puro pasikat. But then sometimes you got stuck there. You don't see the bigger picture. But being a chef, getting into cooking, I liked it. But I never saw myself to open a restaurant. I went back to Manila, saw how things were after leaving, and then parang I felt like parang wala palang imposible dito. The idea was basically, kahit saan ako, basta may counter ako, meron akong stove, hindi ako takot kung magsara yan, okay, edi sa next place kung saan ako pwede, cooking out of a house, cooking out of my tita's house, cooking out of my own house, like I'll be fine. It was the sparring, getting to know customers every day. Then I felt I had a duty. Doon na nag-start. What I learned in my own training is that you care about what you can control. And what you can't control, you can't control. You have to adapt na lang. But at the end of the day, the only thing that you can control is what your hands can touch. If you see it this way, you can adapt better. The Sensei wasn't a very appealing looking place. To me, like parang I just found ways to justify how it looked because of what I could get my hands on and what I could afford. But I was just too obsessed about getting the energy of the customer and feeding off of that. So parang what I used to do at work, nahanap ko siya sa Sensei.
The name and the concept of Sensei is to teach. You know, EI, you're instinctive. But at the same time, you also want to be able to teach and share the experiences that I've learned from Sensei to EI.
So from then, dun ko na nakita na parang it wasn't about what maybe recipes I knew na I was trained with. It's more like how can I be updated and in tune with my customer. They seem to like a sashimi dish from another chef who's like a real Japanese chef back then. I want to know what they know or why they like it and what they liked about it so that when I create something, I'll put those things in mind. So doon nag-start yung obsession about learning and studying. And back then, I have this visual of like, you know, customer eating and they eat it and they're just so happy that, you know, it makes them want to work hard. It makes them want to do things that they weren't able to do in their life. I really don't look at it like far. For me, parang the ambition is really just more a day-to-day. Customer comes back, and then when they come back, we're ready. We have more things to show. We have more things to offer. When I opened Metchoma then, kami yung mas una na mga tasting, na counter seating. May ibang pressure rin siya. But then, the pressure became more like related to how you want to be seen. And I felt like there were times when it would take away from the joy of cooking and serving customers.
In 2019, Mechouma ranked 81st in the best restaurants in Asia in the well-regarded OAD list. It was the only Philippines-based restaurant that made it. Despite the pressures and the reputation preceding EI, Chef Bruce's grip on the kitchen remains as steady and deliberate as the principles of Iaido that inspire him.
When Jay and I would go to places, it seemed like parang there was something that I was looking for, like a kind of cuisine or food that gave me deep connection. I didn't find it in some places that I've worked before, but then there are some restaurants that when you eat, you can feel. Like for me, like that was the one that parang I was trying to find. Like parang if these chefs existed, where are they or who are they? And I want to feel that energy. So then, eventually, a few years later, Jay decided that it's time to go to Japan. So she booked and arranged an itinerary, and she arranged it in a way I would be exposed to different styles. And when I had that, that's when I saw na parang, shoot, this is what I overlooked or I wished I was exposed to right away. It was this. It was like revisiting and feeling the master's energy. So strong. It was so strong. But if you ask me which dishes, chef, it wasn't the dish. It was just the aura. Yes, they have Michelin. Yes, they have stars. But it's not like they have like the image of a Michelin restaurant. Parang tablecloth, planchado lahat. This one is just like, man, a craftsman's aura is a craftsman's aura. You cannot dodge it, regardless who they are, regardless food or not. You know, like someone who's been doing it for 50 years and 80 years just have a different, you know, air to them. And for me, I was like nagising. You know, like I found something that I needed to learn. Everything became more natural. The joke is, if she wasn't here, I'd have monoblock chairs right now.
I'm Jay Pickrell, the wife of Bruce Ricketts.
This one, we need a translucency. Yeah.
So my role in our business partnership is to basically handle everything so that he can focus on the most important part, which is cooking and creating. I think I would call myself collaborator. It's really that. I think we kind of like speak the same language, and I speak his language well enough to understand exactly what he wants and what he'd like to accomplish. And through our marriage, of course, I've gotten to know him well enough to know the nuances and all of that. And through my own training as well in my previous line of work, it's just really fulfilling for me to work with someone who's deeply creative and deeply passionate as well, and try to figure out how to make that come to life. Bruce and I started dating in 2010, and this was before he even started Sensei, his first restaurant here in Manila. And I was in publishing at that time. I was not involved in F&B. In 2018, we were working on La Chinesca. I was helping him with branding and creative direction, but it wasn't full-time. But when the magazine folded, I decided to just jump headfirst. What we wanted to accomplish here at EI is to basically share with people the things that we love.
I would say that she's always like the one who sees it bigger picture. Like for me, I see what goes on the plate, and then I see how customers feel and how customers react. But Jay sees it holistically. The reservations, you know, the guest experience from there, and how the team feels, and how you should have maybe a bigger team so that also people have more time to focus on other things, so that when you teach them, they're not overwhelmed. It's really taking whatever I know, whatever I do, to places that I never imagined that it could go to.
It's been nuts. It's been really, really crazy. Every day, basically, there's something new that you have to deal with. It's so different from my former job, but in many ways the same as well. But it's really hectic.
Jay really brought a lot of structure and really points out a lot of things that me, as someone who's been in the food industry for a very long time, have kind of been numb with. The fresh eyes, the editing eyes, her attention to detail. It's really nakakahawa. Parang I take something that she does here and I apply it elsewhere.
With EI specifically, we knew from the get-go that Bruce wanted to open his own space after Metro Uma that was gonna focus on sushi and his nigiri craft. So from figuring out how the space would look like, basically gathering ideas and kind of distilling everything that he and I have come to love through the years. So I know that he wants to have a chef's counter and like really interact with customers from behind the counter. And we wanted to pay tribute to both Japan and the Philippines.
It's really what turns this from a counter seating to a restaurant. Jay has this business owner aspect, the aspect of like, to me, the image of a CEO. That's what reflects at EI.
My favorite part of building EI is sourcing the tableware and all the materials that we have in the restaurant, and also collaborating with all the creatives who have been involved in the project. So we went from different prefectures in Japan. We worked with a lot of Japanese artists to commission certain pieces that are really unique to us. And we worked with local artisans as well to create custom pieces for EI. And then, of course, like collaborating with everyone who's been involved in the project, like Studio Ong, our architects. It's fun to obsess about every single detail.
The work ethic of Jay, the moment she gets into it, it just keeps getting bigger and bigger, and the potential becomes even more amazing. Parang if Jay wanted to cook, she'll probably like outcook me also. The ice machine's there. Huh?
Ayan na.
Dito sila nagpe-plate niyan eh. Dito. I can even actually serve. It's not as bad as I thought.
Can you try here? So always wet na lang. Yeah.
But this texture is so nice. The table napkins, we're just considering a bell, and I have to figure out what color.
So EI is short for Iaido. Iaido is a form of Japanese martial arts that's more reliant on instincts. That's a bit more expressive on if the attack is coming, how you react to it. Why do I have this connection with Iaido? Because I feel like over time, you start by doing basic things, you obsess about basic things, and that's maybe the times that, you know, I went from creativity at Metchat and then combining the two. Now at EI, we're just reacting. You're reacting, but at the same time, you're teaching new people who work with you how to become like this also in the future. Let's say you're a boxer, you learn a jab, you learn a straight, you learn a cross, you learn a hook, you know, but then eventually you learn uppercuts and all that. But at the end of the day, you become so good na in front of you, you don't see how many shots you have to throw. You just need one shot and you're okay. And it's finished. That to me is what I was working from sensei to mecha. That's what I was trying to get to personally. Over the years, I worked so hard to be in a position where I don't have to throw so many punches in one go, that I can just do one good shot. This is EI. I can truly say that EI isn't really just, and it shouldn't just be about the food. It's really an overall experience. When we went to Basilan, aside from seeing the fish, the place, parang I felt very at home. Parang I had an affinity to it right away.
Welcome back.
Nice to see you again.
Hi, ma'am.
So when I first met Bruce, I could always tell, that he was really passionate about his craft. But other than that, that was a secondary thing. Bruce has this calm, kindness to him. And I feel like, he knows it because he's known and seen nature as it happened.
I met Twinkle online because she had an IG account. She's based in CDO, and her family has been in this business for a few decades. And in the IG account, she was basically talking about fish and seafood from Mindanao. For some reason, I was super curious about it. I asked her, parang, what fishes do you have and all this? And parang when she responded, all of a sudden, parang I was like, hey, do you want to meet?
She is deeply passionate. Immediately, we had a meeting of the minds. We weren't even thinking about, when you think of Basilan, like being scared to go because of political unrest or anything like that. We just immediately were so curious. And so 2 weeks later, we decided to go.
So this is the really old and ancient port of Maluso. So this is where a lot of the fish consolidate in and around Basilan.
When we met, the aura of someone or the vibe of someone who was into something, especially fish, for me, I was super happy to have someone who also has that same energy. My obsession with fish is more like the technique and what it eats. And then she has her obsessions about the different varieties that we have in the Philippines and all these things. So for me, parang it was like, ano pa, what else can we work with? What else is there? It wasn't even first the idea of incorporating everything in the menu. It was actually just, I'm just so glad that I finally met someone who knows a lot about Philippine seafood.
I think when you're a butcher and you really handle the fish, there is a certain honor and dignity that you give it. And because there's so much pride in that whole process, you develop a deeper respect for the people who actually do the activity of catching it. And I think that resonated with me. And when I heard Bruce talk about fish, I honestly have never encountered someone who talks about it with so much awe. So that was quite refreshing, and it ensured me that, I know that the people that I protect so much would feel safe around him. So my family and so all of us, we've always been in this industry, in the fisheries industry, and we've existed for more than 4 decades. So I'm 3rd generation now. And at the heart of what we really want to accomplish in the next few years is to not just grow the industry, but to also sustain it and to move it forward in ways that have never occurred before. And we've always known that that can only happen if we grow hand in hand with the chefs, with the food service industry that exists in the wider market.
So for me to be able to connect all these pieces is just exactly parang the kind of energy and inspiration that I need when you go back into EI Kitchen.
Actually, itong kayamanan na meron kami. Pagdating sa produkto, siguro yung seafoods namin pwede natin ipanglaban o ipakita sa buong Pilipinas na marami tayong makukuhang yamang dagat galing dito sa bayan ng Tabuan Lasa.
We brought our chef, a whole team. Jay was there, and we went around to the different fish markets. We went to Tabuan Lasa. And the whole idea to it is really to raise awareness to fishermen that aside from what they already have, parang how to open up a new form of business to other restaurants by just catching less fish and applying more technique to them and being able to have these fish bought at a better price, at an even higher price, at the same price or similar price to the demands of Japan. Ang konsepto, pag pinukpok nyo sa ulo yung isda, yung utak, di ba, nahihilo siya. Ang kalaban kasi ng fresh is kailangan yung dugo matanggal. Kapag huli nyo ng isda, di ba yung isda gumagalaw. So pag pinatay mo siya, gumagalaw siya, lahat ng dugo balik sa laman, mas mabilis yung isda mangamoy, bumaho. Pero kung meron kang pangtusok dito sa utak niya, kung saan yung dito diretsyo at saka yung dulo ng buto, dito yan dapat sasaksakin. Okay? Tapos, pagkatapos, sa likod ng hasang, dito, tusok lang mabilis, hanggang lusot dito. Tapos, tubig dagat. Banlawan. Sa tabi ng ng bangka. Yan, no? Kita mo, dito pa lang, marami ng dugo. So, kung ito magawa agad, level 1, yung isda, pagdating sa Zamboanga, tapos pagkatapos punta sa Manila or sa ibang lugar, mas matagal na yung buhay niya. At saka, bakit siya importante? Kasi, yung mga isda na nahuhuli nyo dito, yung lugar, yung coral, maganda, malusog pa. Hindi mo malalasahan yung ganda nung kinain ng isda kung meron masyadong maraming dugo kasi mabaho agad. Hindi mo maamoy yung lasa. Then, ice. Tapos na, okay na. Kung gusto mo siya gamitan nito, itong bakal, para hindi siya titigas talaga. Yan, kita mo meron pang dugo. Tapos, meron siyang 2 butas dito. Yan, normal yan. Nagugulat siya. Kasi yung ugat, tinatanggal ko. Hinihiwalay ko yung ugat sa spine. So normally, sa Japan, pag huli ng isda, sa bangka, doon ginagawa nila. Yan na. Ngayon, tapos na yan siya. Ano na siya? Okay na. Pwede na, malinis na, wala ng dugo. Pwede na kainin hilaw. Sashimi. Maraming tao sa mga restaurant na naghahanap ng mas mataas na quality ng isda. So, kailangan nyo lang gawin, bigyan nyo lang ng mas magandang paraan, pagtanggal ng dugo. Tapos, okay na siya. Okay? Yun lang. Thank you.
Sabi ko, tingnan nyo. Kasi ang tradisyon, ang kasanayan kasi nila dito, ano lang pag huli, pukpukin, akala yun wala na ilagay sa ice box, lagyan ng ice. Yung pala, hindi pala yung tamang proseso. So kanina, grabe yung reaction nila.
Wala naman ako tinimpla. Yung puti, yung buhay, yung pinadugo. Yung isa yung marlin. Ano na, yung normal niya lang hinuli. Yung marlin, okay naman, masarap man. Pero, yung
Puti, tawa masay. Puti, dito sarap. Yung puti. Yung puti talaga yung masarap. Lawak.
Dalawa, tatlo, alagaan mo, tapos ikejime mo, you bleed it out para maganda yung packaging, and then you send it to us, and we will buy it from you at a price that normally goes to middlemen instead. You know?
Sabi pa ng iba, dito na tayo magkapera kasi akala natin na yung product natin na mumurahin lang. Yung palang, pwede palang mamaalin dahil lang sa proseso ng produkto natin.
To share that and for them to really be open to it and really see their interest to it, and then you take that energy back and you bring it to your kitchen. I feel like it changes how you see fish. For me, that even parang validates why I should work harder as a craftsman to be able to be better at what I do. Mayor, thank you.
I needed to work with someone who could draw from that and who has the imagination to take it somewhere that we've actually never seen, like the country hasn't seen before. And I think Chef Bruce and Jay are really the perfect people to help us accomplish that. And then that whole 3 days was really eye-opening, not just for me, but for the fishermen who were tagging along with us. Because the techniques that Bruce was able to show us was something that we knew we could use in the long term to greatly impact the quality and how it arrives. In a way that, chefs like him can actually work with. And I think that's the first big accomplishment already, even if we haven't sold that much. The idea that one chef or one group of people wants to recognize Basilan Seafood in their own space says so much. And actually, to feel like you're seen in your craft is such an important thing. And I think that recognition is so crucial at this point, as Basilan is trying to shift the narrative of what it was known for, from what it was to what it can be now. And I think fish is really the first step forward, since it's food, it's very non-political. Like, it's a safe space for everyone to just try and explore.
It's so nice to be able to look inward at what we have here and not necessarily have to import, because we have such great natural resources. And I think Bruce is also at a point in his craft and career where he has refined his techniques enough in order to be able to bring out the best in whatever ingredients he can get his hands on.
Every year we do some videos that are not about food at all, and this year, with what was happening in the country, specifically in August and September, with all the corruption allegations and problems that we had in our country, it was very hard to kind of stay silent, and we were trying to figure out how to speak out about this in a very feature way. And so this was during a period where specifically, there was a lot of floods happening, and there was a massive corruption scandal with the DPWH, which we still haven't seen much kind of movement with, unfortunately. And so we thought, to really make this a human story, it was really important to focus on the communities that are actually struggling with flooding and seeing how it impacts their daily lives.
Pwede niyo po ikwento paano po niyo po sila
Ma'am, naiiyak kasi kayo, ma'am, pag ako tinatanong. Ewan ko, ma'am.
In Bulacan, a barangay is slowly sinking. In Pamarawan, life is defined by the sea. But today, that same sea is threatening its survival. Just a short boat ride from Malolos, the community faces rising waters that steadily eat away at their land and their way of life. Fishing remains the main source of livelihood, yet every tide brings uncertainty. Flooding of salt beds, land slowly disappearing, and traditions are forced to adapt. Pamarawan is more than just an island. It is a community fighting to hold on against the slow but relentless sinking of their home. Ferdinand has always been close to the sea. A lifelong fisherfolk and former LGU official of Pamarawan, he's seen how the island endures, through storms, scarcity, and change. His story is not just about survival, but about resilience, and the deep bond between the people and the waters that sustain them.
Ako si Ferdinand Maniego. Ang trabaho ko sa dagat. Mga 14 anyos pala ako, nakakapangisda na ako. Minsan-minsan, dahil yung tatay ko, mangingisda rin. Kumbaga sana, nagkakasalin-salin na lang. Hindi naman kasi kailangan yung taas ng pinag-aralan sa dagat. Kaya pag natuto kang manghuli ng isda, pwede kang lumusong. Maski anong oras, pwede kang manghuli. Alang time limit. Nasira yung presdahan. Kaya sa dagat na lang ako namirmihang maghanap buhay. Unang-una, undergraduate ako, hindi naman nakapagtapos. Kaya yun na lang yung pinambubuhay ko sa pamilya ko. Nung araw kasi ang dagat, masigla pa, marami pang hinuhuli. Nung panahon ng tatay, kapag lumusong ka sa halos sobra-sobra yung hinuhuli mo. Sa ngayon, sa overfishing kasi ng karagatan, humina. Ngayon, makakahuli ka ng mga 2 kilo, 4 na kilo. Sa susunod na araw, alang-ala. Kaya kailangan ng isang nangingisda, nag-iisip ng pamamaraan kung ano yung pamalit na hanapbuhay kung humihina dagat. Pagka kasi aasa ka lagi sa dagat, minsan kasi panahon ng tagulan, malalaki ang alon, hindi ka makalaot, hindi ka makapamalakaya. Mangungutang ka sa mga kakilala mo.
Kayo sir, ilan po anak mo?
3 ang ano. Puro may asawa na yung 2, yung isa nasa akin yung bunso kong babae. Kala ko hindi, maski kakumala sa isa sa anak ko, makapagpatapos ako, maski mahirap ang buhay. Daan mo talaga sa pagsasakripisyo. Tapos nakatulong naman sa akin yung scholarship ng gobyerno. Ito nga pala yung anak ko, maski na nangingisda, nakapagpatapos ng pag-aaral. Sa tulong namin, at tulong din niya, dahil nag-working student siya, nagla-live siya nag-o-online, gano'n. Kumukuha siya ng sa scholar. Kasi sa kagustuhan niya makapagtapos. Alam naman niya yung hirap ng buhay namin sa dagat. Tinutulungan din kami niya. Ngayon, hindi pa nga gumagraduate, naghahanap na na-applyan. Ang buhay sa Pamarawan 90% dito puro sa dagat umaasa. Ang bihira kasi dito ang nakapagtatapos, halos 10% lang. Ngayon, nung nagkaroon ng eskola ng gobyerno, marami na rin nakapagtatapos dito. Pagka nakapagtapos na, siyempre medyo umangat-angat sa buhay ang nagsisitira na rin dalatan. Ginawa nila, pumupunta lang sila dito pagka yung, halimbawa, may okasyon, fiesta, tapos yung may okasyon sa pamilya na. Pero hindi pa rin nila inalis yung bahay nila dito. Ganun ang ng mga taga rito.
On our journey, we met a resident proud to show us around the barangay he calls home.
Dati pilapil lang dito. Marami ng tindahan dito. Dati ilan lang tindahan dito. Ito yung bataan to, ito yung bataan, yung nasa Linas. Nagkakain na, Kuya, Kuya, may bilang ko kayo dyan, kuya. May bilang ko kayo dyan. Baka meron kayo, Pasok po kayo sa bahay ni Edward. Ito, sir, Ito yung bilang ko, maganda, Masarap to, sir. Lutong adobo. Adobo, pwedeng sisig, pwedeng pirito, pwedeng ihaw.
Masarap to, alam mo saan? Sa emperador, kung meron.
Ito yung imbangan ng tubig nawasa sa mga bahay-bahay. Ngayon may mineral Dati Dati ito lang Okay naman yung tubig dito, malinis naman. Nililinis naman yan. Ito sir, likod na lang elementary. Lang dito sir, pa ganyan, pa elementary. Sa may gate na tayo, papuntang gate. Sir, ito na yung elementary. Sir, medyo malawak-lawak na dati, hindi ganyan. Gabangka lang sila para makapag-aral dito.
Talaga? Araw-araw?
Oo, araw-araw yun. Dito lang kayo sir, dadaan, madulas na dyan, hindi makapagawa-gawa yan. Sir, yung simbahan namin ngayon, maganda na. Dati, mababa.
Simula nung aking matira ng Pamarawan, nung araw, maski bumagyo, hindi kalalakihan ng alon. Ngayon talagang pagka nagkabagyo, malalaki alon. Yun ang nakakatakot dito. Dati pagka 3-6 lang ang tubig, hindi lumulubog ang barangay namin. Ngayon 3-6 lang lumulubog. Lalo na kung mababagyo pa yun. Doon sa inaabot ng Gambewang. Minsan kasi gabi nangyayari yung ng bagyo. Malakas talaga bagyo dito. Naramdaman namin na ang tubig sa Manila Bay, sa dagat, tumataas. Nagiging pagka bukas ang kaisipan mo, una-una sa climate change. Kaya kailangan ng tao maging handa sa anumang mangyayari. Ang kasalanan din naman ng tao sa pananaw ko. Kasi unang-una yung basura, pagka hindi ba sa palanggana, Lagyan, tambakan mo nga ng tambakan ng basura, hindi siyempre tataas ang tubig niyan, tatapon. Ang Manila Bay, wala naman tatakbuhan ng tubig, kundi sa mga barangay. Katulad yung sa pagkakahukay ng Manila Bay. Hinuhukay kasi yan, yung binabakim, dinadala dyan sa may airport. Tapos yung mga palisdaan na pinalalaki nila. Ngayon ang tanong kasi kung sino yung sisisihin. Minsan kasi pag ako nag-iisa dito, naiisip ko yun. Kailangan kasi sa isang bansa umunlad eh. Kaya lang kung meron namang apektuhan, paano naman? Kailangan bigyan din nila ng solusyon. Ano yung solusyon para sa tao? Hindi yung solusyon lang para sila, kung sino yung mga nakapusin, sila lang magkaroon. Nakita mo at inuhukay nga ilaot palibas siguro malalaking tao sila, baka nalalagyan sila doon. Ano malay namin, ano malay na mga mahirap, katulad kumbaga kasi nagiging pananaw ko lang sa sarili ko yun. Dati rin ako nanungkulan sa barangay, naramdaman ko yung politika sa bansa natin. Mula sa kataas-taasang panunungkulan hanggang sa kalit-litang panunungkulan, kurap ang bansa natin. Kung sino yung mga mahihirap, mananatiling mahirap yan. Hindi katulad kasi nung nasa ibang bansa, unang-una yung pagka ikaw nasa magdaragat bibigyan ka ng pag-uukulan ka ng pansin ng gobyerno. Pinag-uukulan din naman. Kaya lang, pagka nangyayari kasi sa Pilipinas, pagkakalaban ka ng nanunungkulan, hindi ka makakatikim ng biyaya na kailangan equal. Kalaban man sila sa politika o lahat kailangan mabigyan. Kaya sila nalagay para sa tao maglingkod. Kaya ako hindi alis, dito nabuo yung puso ko, tapos yung puso ko kasi nasa mga tao. Mas kinala naman ako sa panunungkulan, nariyan pa rin yung pagtulong ko. Yan ang mga namin dito sa Pamarawan. Kasi pagka mahirap na nga buhay, tapos magkakanya-kanya pa, magiging naman kawawa naman kami lalo. Kumbaga saan, wala naman magtutulungan, kundi kami rin.
With rising sea levels, saltmaker Alex fights to keep his family's life and livelihood afloat.
Ako po si Alex S. De Guzman. Ako po yung trabaho po ay isang mag-aasin dito po sa Bulacan. Ang buhay po isang mag-aasin sa Pamarawan, halos po yung 6 na buwan na paghihirap ko ay nasusuportahan ko ang pamilya ko.
Pwede niyo ba ikwento paano po ito
Si ma'am, naiiyak kasi ma'am pag ako tinatanong.
Bakit sir?
Ewan ko ma'am. Kasi po nag-start po kami ng pag-aasin halos Marso na po. Hindi po katulad ng nakakaraang taon Enero pala umaahin na kami. Kaya maganda ang sampa ng kabuhayan namin. Ngayon mahirap. Marami pa kaming binabayarang utang. Kahit mainit nagtitis kami para yung trabaho namin makuha namin sa maghapon. Sa anong araw kasi ma'am, mura asin. Kaya hindi namin maramdaman ang pagod namin. Ngayon po, dinidibdib namin yan pag-uumpisa. Kung saan kami kukuha ng pagkain. Ano po kasi may sustento kami dumarating. Kami po ngayon, wala po kami sustento. Kanya-kanya po kaming kayod. Halos 3 buwan po kami naghihirap bago kami makasampa ng asin. Pag hindi ka po masipag nito yun, hindi ka kakain. Pag saraduhan na po, na sa dagat naman po kami. Namamanti po kami ng isdang maliliit, mga suhos, kapak, ganyan. 6 na buwan po kami sa dagat. Mabuti naman ang Pamarawan. Talaga lang, ang dinatayag lang talaga ng Pamarawan. Yung hanap buhay. Minsan kasi lang nahuli. Minsan lumulubog ang baryo. Hindi mo po pwedeng iwan kasi pag umalis ka pagbalik mo nakalutang na lahat ang gamit mo. O pare, kamusta?
Eto, mabuti naman.
Kinuro mo kasi ko.
Kakilala tayo dito.
Kami ni parang kababata kami rin sa
Cabitas.
Yung sinasabi ko sa iyo ma'am na yung 36 hektarya na kinain ng dagat. Magkakasamahan kami noon, magkadikit kami noon sa laot.
Simula since nung magkababata kami sa
Oo, doon kami lumaki.
Kami nag-aaral sa kabilang barangay. Tapos
nagkahiwalay lang kami ni rin nung kami nag-asawa na. Di pa rin nung araw sa atin kapraso lang ang pilapil hindi lumulubog. Ngayon naglalakihan ng pilapil, nalulubog pa. Meron nga pare kalabanin, yung mga rayong pera.
Ano yung power namin? Napag-usapan hanggang sa nakuntahan na lang, napag-usapan. Ngayon, ang magsasuffer na lang dyan, yung susunod na generasyon, yung magiging kawawa. Hindi kami matatanda. Kumbaga sa araw, palubog na araw.
Paritero.
Mga ilang taon na lang kami.
Yan ang mga batang lalaki na nakikita namin.
Saka sa edad na namin, ma'am, hindi na namin kailangan umunlad. Ang iniisip na lang namin, kumain kami 3 beses maghapon. Kasi umunlad ka, hindi mo rin mararanasan yung pag-ulad.
Pamarawan drifts on the edge of change. A sinking island weighed down by rapid urbanization. Its once vibrant shores now face the creeping threat of rising waters, sharpened by the looming projects. Families live in quiet fear, unsure if their homes will endure. Yet the bayanihan in Pamarawan is unchanged. Each household looks after each other, assuring everybody survives every threat to arise on the island. At the end of the day, the spirit of community in Pamarawan can fight through any tide.
And finally, sometimes we do these deep dives on Filipino ingredients. We've done so with ube previously in Calamansi. These take us like almost a whole year to produce, and it's shot throughout the year, depending on what we find, depending on the season, depending on the interviewees that we kind of find. It's not an easy thing to put together, and I'm so proud that this year we did 2. So we did one about fake honey and how it's prevalent all over the country, and it's being sold as honey when it's really just sugar water. And the second one we did was about the Philippine coffee industry, which has so much potential and has so much historical context also. And so those are really long. I'm not going to play all of it, just kind of snippets so you can kind of understand the gist. But yeah, hopefully you get to watch the full thing on the channel. So if you made it to the end of this video, you are an absolute champion. I remember last year a couple of you kind of commented saying, I watched the whole thing while I was cooking, while I was doing this, which is exactly what we want this to be. Kind of something that you can watch passively if you want to, or watch kind of like intently with your family or all alone if you have a few hours to burn. So if you watch till the end, thank you very much. Thank you for supporting us, and hopefully we will see you in our comments, in our content in 2026 and beyond. One thing we are fixing this year, we are going to get our merch all settled up and good to go. And so there's some exciting drops going to be happening for that, and we'll let you know. So yeah, thank you. It's really late at night, and I hope to see you guys soon. Peace out.